Can you please look up this site?
See if we can figure out something.
No, I haven't.
Okay. All right, I'm going to give you a chance to contact them. You have the number. It was on the slideshow at the beginning.
I don't have it, no.
You probably wouldn't be able to see this. Okay. Then if you got something to write with.
Yeah.
It's 961-1999.
Okay.
How much is the monthly rent?
Your Honor, it is $870 plus she's month to month, so $870 plus 45. So it's $915 plus water sewer, which is metered based on usage.
Got it. So we're actually looking at about 1,000, somewhere in that neighborhood. Ma'am,
Yes.
you're entitled to an adjournment, but is there anything that you can pay
Right now I have
between
about
now and the
1,400.
6th?
Yes, I have 1,400 that I can pay right now.
Okay, so here's what I want you to do. The $1,400, I need you to, let's see, that would bring, okay, that'd bring me close if we can get the 3. So I want that $1,400 to get paid to the landlord right away.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay.
So you get that paid to the landlord. I'll adjourn this out to September 6, 2024 at 2 p.m. And what that will do is that will at least cover the current upcoming rent plus chip away at it. So, okay, so I need you to call Hawk and see what other funding is available, okay?
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Shile Farms versus Robert Hayes. Robert Hayes, they're not checked in. Would you like to take a default?
Please.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm testimony you're about to give will be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do. For the record, Your Honor, Rachel Dornbush, Palace Law, on behalf of plaintiff. Your Honor, there's rent to retain of $1,349.51, cost of $189 for a total due of $1,538.51. We'd ask for a default possession only judgment with writ to issue after 10 days.
Judgment to the plaintiff, that is by default for possession, redemption amount, any amount requested, writ to issue in 10 days. Shile Farms versus Jennifer Knight. Jennifer Knight, not checked in. You may proceed.
Thank you. Your Honor, Ms. Knight actually contacted our office this morning. She had indicated she was unable to appear today due to work. She indicated she planned to drop off $1,000 today and then $800-ish next Friday. There's rent to retain of $1,656.78, court cost of $189 for a total due of $1,845.78. And we'd ask for a default possession only judgment with writ to issue after 10 days.
So she said she said she would have everything by the 6th. Is that right?
She said 1,000 today and 800 next Friday. I assume she'll verify with management. There'd be a $45.78 shortfall, at least as far as the judgment amount goes. If she paid the $1,800 between now and next Friday.
Got it. Okay. Judgment to the plaintiff. That's by default for possession, redemption amount, any amount requested, writ to issue 10 days. She'll be covered if she'll put that in. Shile Farms versus Elise Liu. Elise Liu, not checked in. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. There's rent to retain of $1,967.75, cost of $189 for a total due of $2,156.75. And we'd ask for a default possession only judgment with writ to issue after 10 days.
Judgment to the plaintiff by default for possession, redemption amount, and the amount requested, writ to issue in 10 days. Scio Farms versus Joan Raymond and William Raymond. Raymonds, they're not here. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. There's rent to retain of $1,951.11, cost of $228 for a total due of $2,179.11. And we'd ask for a default possession only judgment with writ to issue after 10 days.
Judgment to the plaintiff by default for possession, redemption amount, any amount requested, writ to issue 10 days. Scio Farms versus Elizabeth Sayas.
And Your Honor, this is a dismissal. We'll be
That's a
submitting an
dismissal,
order.
says. All right. Case is dismissed. That's without prejudice. Scio Farms versus Teresa Tomasi.
Hi, I'm here.
Okay, hello.
Hi. I did
All
it.
right. Okay, how much is owing?
With costs, Your Honor, $2,191.25.
Okay.
Ann Arbor,
Ma'am,
I got an email this morning from the Housing Commission, and SIO should too, that they're gonna send that money next week. I got lucky. I got some of it.
okay, so they were gonna pay, you got an email this morning saying Housing Commission was gonna pay that.
Yeah, from Stacy Vincent. Yeah, I can, and she said I can, just to let you guys know that, and SIO should have an email
Okay,
at some point today with that too.
so,
That's
so
with
what
Ann Arbor
happens with,
Housing.
what happens with your September rent? Do you know?
They just, whatever I applied for, which was, my docket, whatever, they're only paying what I owe. I can't add on September.
No, I got you.
Yeah.
Okay, but the problem is, if I adjourn this, September becomes due.
Oh, right. No, I've got money for September. I'm working. I just got behind.
Gotcha. Okay,
Yeah.
you fell behind. I got it.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
so let me ask you this. If they get the check out, if I adjourn this out to the 6th, are you gonna be able to get September in by then, or?
Well, I've also
we're
got
gonna need to work-
I've got my SCR app that I did this morning, which can give me 14 days, I believe, too. I can give you
Okay.
that tracking number for my SCR application.
Okay, well, what you have to do is you have to fill out a form. You can either use the QR code on the screen, which will take you to the form that needs to be with the court. You have to file that by Wednesday
Okay.
of next week. Or in the chat, there is also the link.
I would
that
say,
will
yeah,
also-
I don't see any QR code. Is there any just like,
Okay, you're on a phone, so you'll have to swipe across until you see a QR code.
all right, hold on. Yeah, I guess I'm not very good at this.
It's okay, it's okay.
Is there just
So
maybe an
in the
email?
chat, there's also the form, or you can
Okay.
come to the courthouse, fill out the form and
Okay,
get it into us.
that might be-
Okay?
Okay.
So what I will do is I'll adjourn this out 1 week. We'll see where we are and try to get this all cleared up. September 6th, 2024 at 2 p.m.
2 p.m. Okay,
Okay?
okay,
Thank you.
yep, thanks.
Scio Farms versus Danielle Williams. And Daniel Bleth. Either party here, they are not here. Ms. Thornley, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. There's rent to retain of $1,970.44, cost of $228 for a total due of $2,198.44. We'd ask for a default possession only judgment with writ to issue after 10 days.
Judgment to the plaintiff, that's by default for possession, redemption amount, any amount requested, writ to issue 10 days. Valley Ranch versus Makisha Baines.
Hi.
Oh, there she is. Okay. There's Miss Baines. All right. I guess I should say hi. Ms. Dornbush, how much is owing on this?
With costs, Your Honor, $1,765.29. And it looks like we did receive verification that the Ann Arbor Housing Commission is assisting Ms. Baines with some or all of that balance. We received that notification on, looks like the 16th, with the expectation that payment would be coming within 5 to 10 business days. I don't see it on the ledger yet, though.
Got it. And Ms. Baines, that's what you know also, right?
Yes, I called the City of Ann Arbor Housing Commission, and like this young lady stated, everything was approved on 8/16 for the emergency rental assistance. And the young lady, I called back because my front office stated they hadn't received the check, but I did receive an email saying that everything was approved and sent over to the county department, and a check will be issued to my front office. That was on 8/19, and they told me to basically. That's all I received, all information I received to pay for,
Okay.
take care of August. And like everyone else, I applied for the CER information. So I have all those numbers as well. But yeah, everything was
Okay,
approved
so
on
here's
8.
what you need to do
Okay,
is use the form. If you can see the QR code on the screen, you can use the
Okay.
QR code or you can use the chat. It's in the chat. There's a link that will send you to the form. Court
Okay.
needs to have that by Wednesday.
okay.
And how were you gonna try to take care of September rent? Do you know?
Step- Well, it depends on this other resource at this particular time for
I
September.
gotcha. Okay, no, that's fair. I gotcha.
Yeah.
So here's what I'll do.
Okay,
I will adjourn your case out 1 week
okay,
and at
2 p.m.
at 2 p.m. So September 6th, 2 p.m. Okay.
September.
Ma'am, how many people are in your household?
For me, just me, one.
Okay, so that you know, if you do the SER, state emergency relief, that's gonna only be about $400. Okay?
Yeah, I've already did that. They denied me.
They did not, okay, all right.
Yeah.
So you're looking elsewhere. All right,
Yeah.
I got you.
Yeah.
Okay,
Okay.
fantastic. All right,
All
we'll
right,
see you
thank
next
you.
week.
All right. Thank you so
Thank
much.
you.
Bye-bye.
Take care. Valley Ranch versus Elizabeth Wasanova.
Stop trying to get off mute. Hi, Your Honor.
Hello. I knew it had to be you because there's a lot of letters. All right, what are we, how much is owing?
With costs, Your Honor, $2,630.04.
And ma'am, how were you intending on getting that paid?
So I dropped off a cashier's check for $2,400 this morning, at about 9:35 this morning. They weren't open yet, but I handed it to somebody in their office. And then, when I talked to them, I asked them if it would be okay to do September and the remaining balance by the 13th of September. And they said that that's up to the court. So.
They told you it's up to the court?
Yep.
Okay, and so then when I do something, Dornbush is gonna object. And then it's just, I don't know why is everybody putting me in this difficult position? All right, so you paid the 2,400 today. Okay, so you're about 230 short. How much is your monthly rent?
It's 2,200 with my pet rent. I think about 2,200.
Okay.
Look here, Judge. That looks real close. So, I mean.
Okay, so between now and the 13th, what would you be paying?
So I wasn't.
Or is that your next check?
That's my next paycheck. For one job, and then I'm not sure what the paycheck will be for my second job yet. Which would be the Friday in between, but I wasn't planning on paying anything until the 13th.
Got it. I got you. Okay. Ms. Dornbush, is there any way, I mean, I'm inclined to adjourn it out to the 13th, maybe even over your objection, but I just want to verify that the 24 has been received. So if I pass it, is there a way to connect with them to?
I'll verify. I'll see if I can, well,
Okay.
let me say, I'll see if I can verify. So I'm happy to pass on.
No,
that,
I got you.
And I'll
I got
check in
you.
with them.
Let's just try to take a shot and see what we can do. So rather than come back in between. So if you hold on the line, I'll pass that case and we'll see what can happen on that. Valley Ranch versus Lauren Victor.
Good morning, Judge.
Hello, Ms. Victor. Okay.
Cost, Judge, is $2,346.32.
2,346. And how many cents? I'm sorry.
32.
32. All right. Ms. Victor, how are you going to get that paid?
Yes, sir. So on the 6th is when I will get another paycheck so that I will have 2,136 on the 6th. And September's rent will be paid the following Friday, the 13th.
All right. So you can pay 2,136 by the 6th.
Correct. Yes, sir.
All right. Can you get that in before, what time is those? 2?
Yes.
Can you get that in the morning?
Absolutely. Well, they close at 10, but I'm sorry, they open at 10.
Pardon?
But the office, I believe they open at 10, but I'm more than happy to do that before. I'll get it by 8 a.m. No problem.
Okay. So if you can get that in, I'll just indicate you're going to pay that by the 6th. Then that won't quite cover everything, but then we can work out where we're going to head with it. So I'll adjourn this out 1 week to the 6th, 2024 at 2 p.m. Get
you.
that in to them, and then we'll figure out how we're going to get September done. Okay?
Yes, sir. Appreciate it.
All right. Thank you. Have a great weekend.
You do the same.
And then, oh, there's a dismissal. This is Rental Management versus Marie Robinson, Sile Farms versus Kevin Berkshire, Sile Farms versus Carol Chenault, Sile Farms versus Bridget Long. Those matters are dismissed on plaintiff's motion without prejudice. Is that it for?
It is aside from the one.
And the recall. Okay. Let me know when you, and we'll get you right called and get out of here.
Thank you,
Okay.
Judge.
Meta Engineering versus Robin Freeman.
Morning, Honor. Tom Pietrowski on behalf of plaintiff.
I'm here, Your Honor.
Okay, do you have a camera, ma'am?
It's broken. Sorry.
Okay, all right. Okay, Mr. Pietrowski, how much is owing on this?
Rent plus water plus court costs, $8,076. That's 8076.
Freeman, how are you intending on getting that paid?
Well, first off, I think the numbers are wrong. I'm looking at and another thing, I didn't get this form or this paperwork until yesterday. They served it to my child, and he never gave it to me. He's 10 years old, so I didn't even get this paperwork and know that I had court about last night or the night before last. So I wasn't able to even start looking through SOS or Hawk yet. But that's what I was
Okay,
gonna
so
start
here's what you need to do. If you're gonna call Hawk, you need to call them. If you're gonna do an SER, you need to file it, get the tracking number on your
Yes.
phone. There is a QR code, as well as if you look in the chat, there'll be a link to get the proper form to fill out with the court. That form needs to be into the court by next Wednesday.
Okay.
And what I will do is I will adjourn the matter out to September 6th, 2024 at 3 p.m.
Yeah, could I ask
Okay,
the court
thank
for the third? Could I ask the court for the 13th, Your Honor? Only because I have a conflict.
Okay, I don't have a problem.
Thank you, sir.
But still, I'll need
September-
to bring the paperwork on Wednesday still.
You still have to do everything by Wednesday. So
Okay.
I'll go to September 13th, 2024 at what time? At 12 p.m.
12 p.m. Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
Sounds
Thank
good. Thank you,
you.
Your Honor. Have a good weekend.
Thank you. You do the same, sir.
Thank you.
And go Terps. I know that will upset you. Don't worry about it. Just thought I needed to tell you.
I'm sorry. You went foggy on me, sir. I didn't hear you. I'm sorry.
I'm sure I did. Take care,
Bye
sir.
Yes, sir.
Lisa Reppert versus Leon Brown and Melinda Brown.
Yes, ma'am. Or I'm sorry, Your Honor.
It's okay.
I'm Lisa Reppert.
Okay, that's an unnamed iPad. That's Miss Reppert. And I see Leon Brown. You're at the 14A. You're in Saline.
Yes.
Okay, sir, you need to unmute, Mr. Brown. We're sending a clerk in to help you unmute, okay? Oh, can you hear us, Mr. Brown?
It's muted.
hear it? No.
Yes.
Go ahead and just start talking. Okay, we can hear you now.
Okay, yes, I'm Leon Brown. I have a letter from my wife with power of attorney. She has my 2-year-old grandson right now. She signed and dated it.
Okay, you're good.
Okay.
And I take it that is Melinda Brown is your wife.
Yes.
Okay. All right, real good. Okay, this is a termination of tenancy claim. And I guess, was there a lease on this premises?
Yes,
There was no written lease. There was an oral agreement.
Your Honor. I
Yes.
have a problem with that because I signed a 5-year lease with option to buy. My wife's a pet groomer and she got a percentage of the grooming, and we were gonna open boarding for dogs and she was gonna get a percentage of that. I signed for me and my wife and she signed and dated it, but she didn't give me a copy of it. So now she's lying that there wasn't one. And at the beginning, I told her I could not rent a place like that because I needed to move her out, move us in, redo everything. And I couldn't rent because I couldn't do all that work and then have to move in a month or whatever. So we did a lease agreement on paper that she didn't give me a copy of. That's what she's going off of now, that the person that I signed this with isn't her. It's all been lies and fraud, my whole tenancy. And I got a.
Okay, hold on.
Okay. So I didn't even know if this was real. I didn't even know if this was real, if it was fraud.
Okay, so hold on. To the records, are you claiming rent or you want possession of the premises?
Possession of the premises, order of eviction, and money damages.
Okay.
And your honor, in relation to the lease that Leon is talking about, he has a propensity to exaggerate and distort and claim things at a much later date.
All right. We can stop that now because I'll just assume everybody's a liar and we'll go there. Okay. So we'll just work from that perspective. I'm not going to listen to all of that. I'm looking to make sure that all of the paperwork. Okay. So there's a problem here. The notice to quit that you given the court or that was served on them on July 8th, or so it says. Is a non-payment saying that they owe $1,500.
That's correct. In addition, he owes consumers, propane.
Okay, all right. But then I have another notice, but I don't have the court copy. I have another notice saying that you're terminating his tenancy, but I don't have the court's copy.
But he has a copy.
That would tell me how long a period in time you gave him. But regardless of that, I then have a health hazard. What are you? That was served on 7/25. All right. And then the only complaint I have is a termination of tenancy complaint. But I don't have a proper notice in the file.
A notice for what, Your Honor?
Termination.
There was
Pardon?
there was a 30-day notice to quit that was sent on June 20th, 2024. There was a 7-day.
June 20th.
Yes, sir.
Was a letter
I don't have that.
that was filed.
It was filed with the complaint.
Okay, I'm gonna tell you what I've got, because you've got a lot of paper in here, most of it unnecessary. I have a demand for possession, non-payment of rent that was served on July 8th. Purportedly served on July 8th to Mr. and Mrs. Brown. That's a 7-day notice for non-payment. That says he owes $1,500. There's then a lot of other paperwork, not a statutory notice. I then have a demand for possession, termination of tenancy due to unlawful drug activity. That was served on July 31st. I have nothing to indicate any drug activity, but whatever.
I have exhibits that I can show you.
Ma'am, you're telling me what I have in my file. I'm letting you know what I have in my file. So I have those two notices. I then have another notice. This is crazy. Demand for possession, damage, health hazard to premises, which was served on 7/25. So I have that notice. I then have, along with a bunch of other paperwork, I then have another notice that indicates that it was served on June 20th, saying that they had to move by August 3rd at 5 p.m.
That's the 30-day notice.
That's the 30-day notice.
That was supposedly served by first class mail on June 20th.
Correct.
That's correct.
And then I have a termination case. So I have all of these conflicting notices. So which one are you trying to proceed on?
I want the judgment of possession. I want the termination of tenancy, order of eviction with money damages.
Oh my God. Okay. That was not an answer to my question.
I'm sorry.
Here's the thing. I'm going to,
Your Honor, can I speak?
No,
Okay.
because right now, this paperwork is all a mess. Because I have a non-payment of rent. I've got all of those other notices in. Even if I ignore all of those other notices, and I'm not sure that I can because they overlap. I then have a termination of tenancy that it's terminated, claiming that he's a trespasser, which I don't know how that would even be applicable, but then I have terminated by notice to quit, and I presume you're going on the June 20th notice to quit. But he's saying he's got a lease.
Your Honor, if I may interject.
Who are you?
Pardon me?
Who are you?
Okay, I'm her father. I'm the one that delivered the papers to Celine. And I delivered the papers. They were date stamped on July 13th. At that time, there was a big stack of papers. There was a complaint filed for non-payment of rent. There was a complaint filed for damage to the property. And there was a complaint filed for recovery of possession. Approximately a few days later, my daughter got a call. She was in Nashville, that the paperwork was filed wrong. And so she asked me, since I live in Toledo, to go down there and straighten it out for her. When I went there, they told me I had too much paperwork, that I didn't need the complaint form for the non-payment of rent and for the complaint also for damages to the property. So I had to rip those out. And the clerk there said the exhibits or the attachments that we had to the complaint for recovery of possession would be satisfactory. Concerning those different terminations, he was given a 30-day notice on.
Sir, I have no idea what the clerks may have told you.
You have no idea what?
I don't have any of that stuff.
Well,
What
Your
I
Honor,
have is a complaint for termination of tenancy. That's the only complaint I have.
okay. And I have copies of the original complaint that it contained all three.
I don't know how you would do all three, but okay. The only one that I have is a termination of tenancy.
Well, that's the most important.
Your Honor, can I speak?
Go ahead, briefly.
I have already been forcefully terminated. They have came to my house uninvited, arguments after arguments, traumatized my grandson, my daughter. My son is mentally ill, under treatment. He just got dropped off at the house by the state of Michigan, DHS, and they had the driveway blocked and the house wide open. And it has been a nightmare. And I've been out since July 29th. I've been out of there, but I've been trying to recuperate my property. But I can't do that because I keep having them pull in uninvited. You're supposed to have a 24-hour notice. I've had the.
Why are you going to the property?
Because the grass has not been cut. I'm getting complaints from the township and the neighbors about the amount of junk that's being dumped on the land, the amount of boats that were stored on the land. And he had stopped cutting the grass. So that's why we went onto the property to get the grass cut.
Did you block the driveway?
No, it's a
Yes.
huge driveway.
It was blocked, Your Honor. My son is mentally ill. The Department of Health and Human Services had to take him to a gas station where I could pick him up because he was scared to go there. I mean, he's really under intensive care. And this is all a smoke screen because she's committed fraud with the banks and was using that.
Objection, Your Honor.
Was using that.
First of all, that's
Yes, Your
irrelevant
Honor.
to an
This-
eviction.
Your Honor,
guys
this
are
is a
something
smoke
else.
screen. She's got problems with the bank. They wouldn't
have
accept my payment. They wouldn't accept my payment or let me open an escrow account because of her fraud.
Objection, Your Honor. That's completely false.
Were you there? Were you there?
This is the case where the attorney reached out from, like, out of state asking you, this is that case. So my understanding is they were talking to the attorney.
Who?
Last name was Sanders.
Who was talking to him?
I believe it was something like that.
Is having an attorney represent them?
We received an email from
I don't, yeah, but I don't have anything.
house. I was just.
Okay, oh, that's the one, okay. All right, folks.
So I have already been evicted. I will not step foot back on the property.
Well, they're claiming a whole lot more, so I don't know what's going on. I'm gonna set it for a final settlement conference, September 10th, 2024 at 9 a.m. at the 14A1 location. Everybody needs to be here in person.
Your Honor, can I have?
Yes.
time? Can I have time to get an attorney? Because she's.
You have time? You have
used-
time, sir? You can get
she's
an
using
attorney
her
anytime between now and the 10th.
She's using her father as an attorney, and I believe that
Oh.
he doesn't have a license.
Okay, well.
Your Honor, Your Honor, if I may speak, I'm her father. I am an attorney. I am licensed to practice in Ohio. I did make an attempt to get temporary admission to practice in the state of Michigan. I had a sponsoring attorney lined up. At the last minute, he backed out. I tried to find another sponsoring attorney. I called the economic disaster unit or recovery unit.
Sir, we received all of that information. You
Okay.
can't proceed as a licensed attorney without temporary admission. They gave you the process by which you'd have to do that.
That's right.
That's right. So I am acting pro se, and my father is here as my agent and my witness.
Okay, you guys like to use a lot of big legal words and have no idea what they mean. So here's what's gonna happen. Understand this, everybody needs to be in my courtroom September 10th, 9 a.m. in person. Sir, if you want to get an attorney, you have plenty of time between now and then to get an attorney to represent you on the matter.
Thank you so much, Your Honor.
Thank you, folks. September 10th, 9 a.m.
Can I just say that I've been evicted and I will not be back at the property?
Well, I don't know what you're saying. All I'm saying is I'm not making any ruling. Everybody needs to be here September 10th, 9 a.m. Anybody got anything else? You really probably don't want to say anything else.
Thank you so much, Your Honor.
Great. Everybody have a wonderful holiday. We'll see you on the 10th.
Thank you.
Yes. Court recalls the case Valley Ranch versus Van Wassanova.
The record, Your Honor, Rachel Dornbush, Palace Law, on behalf of the plaintiff. Your Honor, I was able to confirm with my client receipt of that $2,400 payment.
Okay, great. Then what? And you're not, Ms. Van Wassanova, you're not gonna have another paycheck until the 13th? Is that
Not one that's gonna be able to pay that full amount, no.
Okay, so here's
Like,
what I'm
I
gonna
just
do.
don't know how much I'll be able to pay before the 13th.
Okay, over the objection of plaintiff, because you made that huge payment, I'm going to adjourn you out to the 13th, 2024 at 1 p.m. Now, do you think if you're going to be able to get it paid before that point, 1 p.m. on that date?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, why don't you do that? Okay?
Okay.
And the only reason
thank you.
the only reason I didn't call it earlier is because I needed to have you two here as witnesses for the last case. All right?
I appreciate it.
All right.
Well, we're invested now, Judge, so,
We'll see you on the 10th.
Log in and see what happens on the 10th.
All right. Okay, folks, we'll see you on the 13th. Thank you. Have a wonderful holiday.
Judge, actually, you'll see
Thank
me
you
this
so much.
afternoon, so.
I will see you this afternoon. All right, thank you. All right. Edwin, is it Zaphus versus?
Yes.
Hold on a second. It's Edwin A. Zaphus and Linda Zaphus versus Edwin Eugene Zaphus.
That's correct.
Okay. So who do I have here?
You have Edwin A. Zaphus and Linda Zaphus, parents.
Gotcha. Parents. And I'm presuming that Edwin E. is your son.
Yes.
And you're trying, he is not checked in. They do have personal services as a termination of tenancy case. And you folks are trying to evict him from the house that the two of you live in.
That's correct.
Let me make sure everything's correct here. We gave him 30 days there. Got that. He did this. Like everything's in order. And I don't know who wants to give the testimony. Which one of you wants to be sworn in?
Myself, Edwin.
Okay. I noticed how what happened is Linda poked you in the back and said it's you. So
You are correct.
I could see it. So and you know what? You knew what was happening. You didn't even turn around. You said, yeah, it's gonna be me. So anyway, sir, if you please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I swear.
All right. And you are the owners of the premises located on Heather Road in Ann Arbor?
Right. Correct.
And you served the notice on the premises terminating it, and there is no lease agreement, is that correct?
That's correct.
And he's never paid any rent.
Okay. Judgment to the plaintiff. That is
Can
by default for possession. Hang on.
Okay.
With a writ to issue in 10 days. Yes, sir. What was your question?
Okay. We've been in a bad situation for 15 years. My son has been evicted once before, and then he got arrested and had another DUI. And after he came out of jail, we felt that we could trust him again to move back into our home. And it's all the problems are due to alcoholism, and we have had paid for having treatment. We asked for an agreement with the 30-day notice, gave him notice that, look, if you don't get treatment and you don't quit drinking, we're going to have you evicted. He's abusive. He's been put in jail because he's hit me in the face. And if you evict him this minute, somebody had to come and get him because he's totally intoxicated. And
Okay.
This morning, we still have Wi-Fi. We still have internet, but he's cut out our Wi-Fi, and he's trying to tear out our lights around our property because he installed them several years ago. So we have a very tenuous situation here.
Gotcha. So here's what I'm going to suggest.
Oh, by the
Couple
way, there's
things.
another thing. There's a bench warrant out for him.
There is?
Yes.
Okay, so what I would suggest doing, is it out of our court, do you know?
let's see, he would have been, it was when he hit me and, it was at, the county sheriffs came here, so it'd probably been out of your court. And, he didn't complete probation because he was drinking during probation. And at that time, he was not allowed to be around me.
All right. We've got, we can see the warrant. It's out of Judge Freshour's court, but part of our same court. So we see the warrant. So here's what I'm going to suggest you do is two things. One, you need to get to the court and file the judgment on this so that you can have him properly evicted. The other thing is I would contact the Washtenaw County Sheriff's Department immediately if there's that type of circumstance going on, and either ask to have him removed or let them know that he's got a warrant, and they should then take it from there.
Okay, so what court do I have to go to? Can I go into Saline or do I have to come over to Hogback?
No, you mean to file the judgment?
Yeah.
You can go to Saline Court.
Okay.
You can actually go to you're out in Scioto Township?
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Okay. So
we're in Lodi Township.
You're in Lodi, so you're closest Saline. That's probably your closest court. So yeah, you can go to the Saline Court, get the judgment form and fill it out.
Okay.
And then they'll get that over to me for signature. Okay.
Then they'll get it over to you after I fill it out?
Yes, after you fill it out, they'll get it to us for my signature.
Okay.
Okay.
Yes.
But in the interim, because it sounds to me like you guys don't think you're safe, what I would do is I would call the police and see if they'll take him in on the warrant.
Right.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
So
Thank you, folks.
Thank you.
You guys have a great holiday.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Take care.
All right. Thank you.
That's it for the block. Okay. 14A stands in recess till this afternoon.
So I should take this with me, but down in the corner.
Yeah.
Also comes assistance.
County, Washtenaw State of Michigan is now back to Tenant. The honorable judge today, subject to preside.
You may be seated. Evergreen Apartments versus Lavinia Kendricks Haynes. She's physically, oh, there she is. Hello. Good afternoon. How are you? Okay, so where are we now in this case?
So there is about $900 and some change in escrow, I believe that means. So Ann Arbor Housing Commission there was a little snafu with this because they were going to release the balance. They were gonna wait until the escrow payments had been received by Evergreen. But then my client talked to them, and they are going to release that payment based on the court escrow receipts, showing what was put into court escrow.
Okay.
So they should payment should be received today from AHC. There's still court escrow that needs to be released, but I spoke with Ms. Kendricks Haynes. She's going to be paying September today. And so I think if Your Honor would set this over for one more week, we should be able to submit a dismissal as long as escrow is released.
So if Ann Arbor Housing Commission's paying the one portion.
Yeah, they already have released the money to Evergreen.
Okay. And then I have. Okay. I have 925 in escrow. Until we release that. And then if she pays her September rent, she's gonna be good.
Yeah, I'm gonna pay that today. I'm gonna go to CVS and do it.
And then, so then you'll be good. Is that right, Miss Engine?
Yes.
So everything will be clear.
Everything's just need escrow release, and I think we shouldn't have to come back again next week, but if you would set it for, that's just.
Just make sure. So I'll adjourn this to 9/6/2024 at
1 p.m.
1 p.m. And escrow released to plaintiff. Get all of the escrow, they'll do that, and then I probably won't need to see you next week.
Okay.
I'm gonna miss you. All right. All right. Not a problem. You take care. Have a great holiday.
You too.
All right. Evergreen versus Desiree France. What, are you leaving stuff? No.
I'm here.
Okay, all right. Well, take that with you then. Your name?
Desiree France.
All right. And where are we on her case?
I have a note that Ann Arbor Housing Commission approved $2,999.19.
$299.99.19.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh.
Get right up to that 3,000.
Yeah, okay, whatever. Somebody just put the other 81 cents in. Anyway, no, go ahead.
So, that is going to be received by my client. That should post sometime soon. So that would clear the balance as of today. And it's not received before September, right? It's in.
Oh, so I had, so did she pay, she paid the $715.20 to you? Got it.
Yes.
Okay, that's how we got to that, and then you're probably 81 cents off, but whatever. And then when they release that, then she'll be clear as of today, but okay, what was your plan, Ms. France, for September?
So I just started a new job a week ago. And so I do plan to play that with that. And I still have my student refund checks from school that I tend to use to pay.
Okay, so when, do you know when your refund checks come in? No.
It's supposed to be 2 weeks after. I already started.
They're supposed to be when?
I started the semester, so it should be 2 weeks.
Yeah, okay. When have they ever hit on time? All right. Yeah, I think that's what I was gonna do, is kick it out to the 13th and then see where we are on it. Try to get you through September, okay? September 13th, 2024 at 2 p.m.
Okay.
Okay, Miss France, you have a great weekend and good holiday.
Thank you. You also.
Evergreen versus Rebecca Caba. And is it Bala Caba? Okay, all right. Okay, and where are we on her case?
I have a balance of $3,707.81. And so I am unsure of the status of the Ann Arbor Housing Commission.
I was given the wrong email address to send the application over. I called the Ann Arbor Housing Commission on Wednesday, and I got the correct email address. I have submitted the application. They sent me an email back asking for information. I turned around and sent that same day. So now they told us that it could be up to a week before I hear anything.
Okay. And
I have made a $900 payment on Wednesday and a $680 payment yesterday.
okay, do you show those or you?
I see the $900 payment, and my client might have emailed me about. Yes. But now I'm sure that was there.
And then your monthly rent is how much? How much? Okay. All right. Here's the other thing I don't know, and what I'm trying to figure out, particularly with Ann Arbor Housing Commission. My understanding is they're out of funding. However, what I'm beginning to see, and I'm not sure how I figure it out, is that there are people who are still being paid. So it may be that they say they're out of money based upon what's there, but they're not actually out of it, right? But it's committed. Let me put it that way.
I know that I can make another, I want to say $500 payment, not this coming Friday, but the following Friday, not today, I think
The 6th. Pardon?
the 13th.
Okay. All right. So here's the way I'm looking at this. What's going to happen? You paid the 600 and how much?
80 yesterday.
Okay, so you paid 680. I'm at about a $3,100 figure once that clicks in, just rounding off. I'm going to get 13 clicking in, so I'm going to be back up. And so we'll have to figure it out. However, if for whatever reason you're part of that committed money, we're not in bad shape. But if you aren't, then we got to try to figure something else out.
Trying really hard.
No, I know, yeah. Okay, so you think the 13th or you?
I'll be able to make another $500 payment on the 13th. Yes, sir.
I guess, Ms. Engine, do you think putting it out to the 13th or putting it out to the 6th, just to see? It may be better to put it to the 6th, understanding you can't make a payment, but maybe we can then get.
Sneak in a couple hundred between here and then, but I can't promise that.
I got you. But I think more than anything, I'd want to check as to whether or not the housing's gonna pay. If not, we get a completely different picture.
Yeah, I think on the 13th, just so the court is aware, even with the $500 payment,
I know.
we'll still be, short about 1,000.
Right.
To get to that 3,000.
To get to that 3,000, I just don't know. And would have no way of knowing, although it's run out, is somebody gonna replenish or is there gonna be, there's also, I can't say this for sure, but I know that monies are replenished on the 1st of the month in the other thing, so best we can do is at least take a look at it and see where we are, okay? We won't give up hope yet. September 6th, 2024 at 1 p.m. Okay, see you then. Okay. Thank you. Evergreen versus Abby Cullen.
Tenant 1 is in Zoom.
Okay, I got Abby and Luda Tally.
Hello,
Hello. Your name?
Abby Cullen.
Okay.
Your Honor, I have a balance of $3,047.72.
Say again.
I have a balance of $3,047.72.
Okay, that's where we were. Okay, Ms. Cullen, were you able to make the 47?
Yes, I paid that today actually, and I emailed and texted Sydney, the landlord, for a new ledger because the housing committee just said they needed a new ledger and then they should be able to pay the 3,000.
Okay, so when did they tell you that? Do you know?
They told me that I think about a week and a day ago.
Gotcha. Okay.
Maybe a week and 2 or 3 days ago.
Okay, so here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna adjourn it out 1 week, okay?
Okay.
And part of the reason I'm gonna do that, that's at 1 p.m.
Yes, sir.
So September 6th, 2024, 1 p.m. And that's to make sure that you're in, I guess, what I'm just gonna call the committed funds from Ann Arbor Housing Commission. If you are,
Okay.
then that's where we are. If not, I don't know what we're gonna do. I'll figure something out. But how much
Okay.
is your monthly rent?
My monthly rent is 1,219.
Okay. Okay, so that's your monthly rent. So we're gonna zap up there, but we'll stick with you on it. Let's see where we can go with this, okay?
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. I hope you're feeling better.
Thank you.
All right, take care. Court calls the case of Evergreen versus Lindsay Forbes.
Your Honor, Ms. Forbes was here, but we still, defendants turned over possession to plaintiff, and so we will be discussing this case.
All right.
Or
Yes, that's fine. So defendant surrendered possession. Evergreen versus Christine Baker.
don't have Ms. Baker check in.
Christine Baker. Not present. You previously have been sworn. You may proceed.
The only thing that I have to is that Ms. Baker's application was approved for assistance, so.
From housing? Okay.
So I think we could do this two ways, Your Honor. We could adjourn it. I could take a judgment that would be set aside once it's paid, and that way it would freeze the amount, and she wouldn't have to worry about getting if it comes in after September rent is due.
Yeah, I don't know. I'll tell you what, because otherwise let me just adjourn it out. Because either the funds are gonna be there or they're not, and if they're not there, we're gonna have a bigger mess than just this case, so we might as well. Right, and that's
I just don't know if they're gonna be there before.
before September. Okay, let's just put it out
Yeah, okay.
at 1 p.m. Evergreen versus Daryl Simpson, no relation.
He's not checking in.
Daryl Simpson, not checked in. You've been sworn. You may proceed if you'd like. Well, he was supposed to pay the full balance by yesterday.
I don't. Yeah,
Is-
this is the case that we're gonna be submitting a dismissal.
This is a dismissal?
Yes.
Okay.
You know what, our clerk is out today, and so,
That's all right. That's all right.
you know, when attorneys have to do things.
And they usually, once they do, they mess it up. All right, case is dismissed. That's fine. Judges have the same problem. Evergreen Apartments versus Quandria Abney. All right, that case is dismissed. Glencoe Hills versus Justin Jefferson and Angu Yukudu Nisiki.
It's just Ugo for short.
Say it again.
So the full name is Ugo Chukwu, but it's Ugo for short.
Okay. I probably won't remember either one of those, but thank you. All right.
No problem.
Jillian Egan for plaintiff.
Okay, where are we at?
Your Honor, I have a balance of $3,903.47.
Okay. And sir, how are you intending on getting this paid?
So my roommate just got his check about 2 days ago and he paid it yesterday. So right now I asked I think my landlord for a new leisure to send to the financial office of Ann Arbor to get like a financial assistant with the 3,000 that they said they can pay.
Oh, so Ann Arbor Housing Commission?
Yeah.
So you
But-
said your roommate paid how much?
My roommate paid about 900.
Got it to get it down to the 3.
Mhm.
Had the Ann Arbor Housing Commission committed to you that they'd pay it?
So I got the email right here. It really says I got the email on August 22nd saying there is no deadline, but they did say our funding is limited to a set of amount for this program, so they don't know when the program will close.
Say that last part again. They don't know what?
They don't know. They want us to get it in before the program close, or they don't know that the program will close. They don't know when the program will close.
Oh boy. Okay. So this is another one. I don't. So the ledger's not over there yet, right?
Not over to the housing department, yeah. But I believe I received a ledger earlier today with I believe the new updated. I found it.
Okay, let me ask you this. If that 3,000 doesn't come through for you, how are you guys gonna get this paid?
Well, that one I don't know. Really, I was hoping maybe I could still get FAFSA, but I kind of did graduate college, but I'm still in college right now, like pursuing.
Gotcha. Okay. Because you're operating off of student loans and whatever.
Well, this school that I'm at right now, they're kind of paying for my tuition for football. So
Right.
at that point,
That's
when
right. I remember now.
Yeah, I was at Easter.
Okay.
That's when I was getting like my full stipend, and that's when I was able to pay the monthly fee.
Okay. I don't know. Whatever.
Are you moved out?
I'm sorry, say it again.
Are you moved out?
Am
Did
I
you
with?
move out?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
Yeah, did you move out?
Oh yeah. I moved out like about what was it? The end of July, like middle week of July. So I wasn't there in August.
Okay, is Mr. Jefferson still living there?
I believe so. So he's still getting paid monthly stipend, so he can pay his half of the tuition.
That's right.
I mean, his half of the monthly payment. And I believe somebody can move in for me to pay, to take over my part of the lease. But I remember them saying that we still have to get the account balance to 0 for that to happen.
Okay, so you're saying somebody else from the football team that's gonna get the stipend?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, that's helpful. I don't know what you wanna do.
You're in charge, Your Honor.
Yeah, I know, but this is what I don't wanna be. I mean, I don't. I'm not clear on the messages that are being sent. Like, I don't. This one seems almost clearer to me that it may not be part of anything that's committed, but I can't even say that. I don't.
Well, Mr. Jefferson hasn't appeared and he's the one living there. So.
I think Justin Jefferson, I think he paid his payment this month for the month of September or August. I think the full amount that was left was really from my behalf from, I believe, June or July.
Got it. Okay, I see what you're getting. So you think he paid September or no?
I mean, from what I was told.
July 6th.
Okay.
Besides the payment.
So this is a possession case. So here's what I'm gonna do. He's out. I realize this is an unusual circumstance because it's football players on a stipend. He's probably right. If somebody moves in, there's funds there to at least keep it level and then work on that back part. If housing commission pays, then they're going to be at a zero. So here's, given all that, I'm going to adjourn this out 1 week to the 6th at 1 p.m. And then if Mr. Jefferson's going to get the September paid, that needs to be paid. Okay, so let him know that. Then hopefully we can hear from the housing commission about what's going to happen on this. For you, make sure that you get that ledger once that 900 clicks in and get that to them.
Okay.
What'd you say?
Oh, and I was saying I just got a ledger today that my roommate sent, my ex-roommate sent, Justin. So I can email them. I can email that ledger to the.
Yeah, get that ledger over to them and let's see what happened. Okay.
Okay, but you said September 6th.
Yes, September 6th at 1.
Gotcha.
Okay. All right. Thank you, fella.
Well, I have one more question. I'm sorry about. What else did you want me to do? Just get the ledger in, and that's. Really
Say, I can't hear you.
Did you just want me to get the ledger in?
Yeah, get the ledger over to the Ann Arbor Housing Commission.
Okay, gotcha.
And let's see what they're gonna do, and then we can figure out where we're gonna go.
And then you said for my roommate to see if he can get his payment in for September.
Yeah, see if he can get his payment in for September. And see if he gets his in for September. If there's a new roommate in there and they get the whole thing paid and Ann Arbor Housing Commission paid, then everybody's good. If not, then we still got a problem.
Okay. Gotcha.
Okay.
Yes,
All
sir.
right. Okay. Take care.
Appreciate it. You too.
Glencoe Hills versus Mikhail Harrison and Patricia Hartwell. Mr. Harrison, where are you? I'm not picking him up. Oh, there it is. Kyle Harrison. Oh, there he is.
Gone.
You need to unmute. There you go.
I'm unmuted.
Yeah, you're unmuted. Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So how much is owing at this point?
Your Honor, I have a balance of
$362.
$362.
I was waiting for Ann Arbor Housing Commission. They were supposed to take care of that. I wasn't supposed to be left with no legal fees or anything like that. I only have enough money to pay for my upcoming rent. And I didn't budget for their lawyer.
Say again, slow down, because you're breaking up on me.
I said Lansing Ann Arbor Housing Commission was supposed to take care of that, the legal fees, all of that. They didn't keep up their end of the bargain, so I'm still waiting on them to communicate and let me know what's going on. Because they were communicating to me that they were supposed to, take care of that and do all of that. Because
no, I hear you.
Your Honor, my client, so Mr. Harrison received $2,444.51 from the Housing Commission. And it sounds like, so Ms. has been in communication with Mr. Harrison to explain that he's personally responsible for the remainder.
Why would I be responsible for lawyer fees though? Why would y'all pay why would they pay half the balance and then leave me with their lawyer fees? I don't understand. That's not what they told me. That's not what I signed up for. Like, I don't understand that at all. Well, it's not my fault that they took forever to push through the payment and then they added more fees on top of fees.
But you would have still had those fees.
Got you. Okay.
It wouldn't have mattered. The length of time didn't do anything to those fees. Okay. So how do you think you can get that paid, young man?
Well, I'm just gonna add it on top of the rent that's coming up this month. So I'll just add that balance on top of, this month's coming rent, and I'll just take care of it all at once when I pay rent.
Okay, what date will you do that?
By the 3rd.
Say again?
By the 3rd.
Oh, okay, so so you're just gonna pay that with your September, you're gonna
Yes.
do that with the check from the 3rd, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
So here's what I'll do. Let me adjourn you out to the 6th, 2024 at 1:00. And then I'm gonna mark in here that defendant's gonna pay in full by the 3rd, including September. So that way, hopefully it'll be clear. If you get everything paid on the 3rd and everything's paid, you don't need to show back up on the 6th because they're gonna dismiss it.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay.
So, all right, you take care.
All right, thank you.
Glencoe Hills versus Devin Allen. And, hold on. I probably had to get the most important person, Danielle. Hello. Why are you walking here with all that Michigan on?
Please don't. Football season. Yes. I have a Buckeye at home, so sorry.
A Buckeye.
Yeah, I didn't choose that about it.
Wow. I'm a Terrapin. I don't like either one of you. Anyway, all right. You gonna sit up there. See how you stand? Sit up there all proud and everything. Even all right. Okay, where are we on here this case?
Yeah, I have a balance of $1,378.91. Ms. Allen and I spoke to court before, and it sounds like she has a very well thought out, organized plan. She has all written out. I'm just gonna get this done.
You do?
Yeah. So,
He did not help you, did he?
no.
No, okay, all right, go ahead. I just want to make it clear.
So, we have more income in the home. He's working a second job.
Okay,
I'm also waiting for a school refund as well. We do get paid several times in September just based off of our paydays, with this more income in the home. So we're just asking for a little bit more time just to get caught up since we lost our income after that.
okay, so you guys were so you made a significant payment because you actually, it seems to me, paid more than what you told me you were gonna pay. Because you were at 27 and some change, and now you're down to 1378. Okay, so but if I adjourn it out to the 6th, how much is your monthly rent? Let's do that.
$12.99, that's without the utilities and everything.
Gotcha.
I don't think they added the utilities yet for September. Because the amount that we have here is $25.13.
Okay.
I have an update balance if you want it.
Yes.
Yep, it's gonna be $27.90.
2790.82 is what their balance is going to be for that month. Okay, so let me ask you this. Now that you guys are kind of working yourself through and got the other employment and everything, if I adjourn this out 1 week to the 6th, what do you think you can get paid between now and then?
The current balance,
Or
the current balance for not September's rent.
the 1378 you can get paid by then?
Yes.
You think you can do all that? Okay, let me talk. No, let the brain trust talk because he said something.
Just got an update from my client. They paid $277 yesterday on top of what they had already paid.
Oh, okay.
So it is, yes, I think so.
So you paid 277, so
Yeah.
I take that off of the 1378.
So it's 1101.90.
1101.91. Got it. Okay, so then what he said may work.
Yeah. So he gets paid on the 6th, and then the following week on the 11th and the 13th, we'll have more.
Okay, let's try to take it I'm trying to take it one step at a time to get you there, okay? Because so you think you can pay the 1101 on the 6th? Okay. So actually it'd be 11. Can I say 1102? Yeah. Okay. On the 6th. And can you get that in before 1 o'clock on that day? Yeah. You can? Okay, great. So I'll adjourn this out to September 6th, 2024 at 1 p.m. Get that in. Hopefully then the only thing we're dealing with is September. We'll work it through and get you there.
Okay.
Okay? Danielle, thank you. Because I don't know, I still don't know what he did. Okay, but thank you. All right. Now, take care of yourself. Glenn Cohills versus Christopher Hobbs. It's in Zoom. Christopher Hobbs?
Right here.
Oh, where are you? Okay, there you are. Okay, how much is owed?
Your Honor, I have found in court costs of $4,103.01.
Okay, and Mr. Hobbs, how are you intending on getting that paid?
Last week when you told me to talk to the lady, you sent me in over to her room and it didn't connect and it kicked me. I tried to rejoin and it joined me back into the regular docket and kicked me out of there too. So I never got to talk to her about getting the help, but I did apply for what is it? I applied for the washing off thingy.
Okay, so when we sent you, you were supposed to talk with Amy, right?
Yeah.
And you're saying it kicked you out?
Yeah. It never connected to the room.
What?
I remember they connected in the same room and then he eventually dropped.
Got it. Okay. So how much is his monthly rent?
It's gonna be what? We'll be at 5.
We'll be at 5. Okay. So you didn't talk to anybody or try to get any help, is that right?
No, I did try to get help. I reapplied for SER. I applied for the Washtenaw. I tried to apply for the Washtenaw Housing Commission, but they told me there was a wait list that I had to wait for.
The Washtenaw. You mean Ann Arbor Housing?
Yeah, that. I go buy off the links you guys give me.
Right. Okay, so you tried that. Did you go through Hawk at all or any other sources?
That was the one. That was the one that told me they had a wait list. Yeah, when you go up to the website and as you literally click the website, it'll tell you website not responsive or wait list or something. Told me to wait.
Okay, so you didn't call anybody?
I emailed.
Okay, so here's what, young man, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna grant them a judgment. Now just follow me here, okay? I'm gonna find no tribal issue. I'm gonna grant a judgment for possession with the redemption amount of $4,103.01. Okay, now here's the reason I'm doing that. That's gonna lock that figure in and not send us to the $5,000 figure once I include September.
Okay.
Okay. And then what I think we'll do, Amy's here today. So we're gonna try to put you into a breakout room. I'm gonna set, it's gonna be a little bit weird, but we'll give it a shot. I'm gonna set this for a writ hearing on the 13th as to when I'll issue the writ.
Is that in?
At 2 p.m.
Is that in person?
Say
or
again?
on Zoom? Is that in person or on Zoom?
That will be in person. Okay.
I can also request that to be on Zoom as well.
Yeah, you can, but it'd probably be better if you're here. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Because I'm doing something a little bit strange. I'm locking your figure in, giving a writ date to come back and decide if nothing gets paid, what's gonna happen. But at the same time, your September rent's gonna become due. So we gotta figure something out, but I wanna try to make sure that you've got all the information for yourself and try everything you can, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right. So you hold on the line and we're gonna get you into a breakout room with Amy this time.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you.
I appreciate your help.
Yep. Yes, because Alan's, he was, no. I'm gonna give you.
Trying to get my stuff.
Yeah, is that what it is? Okay. Well, the way Alan's working today, he'll help you. Glencoe Hills versus Isaiah Little.
Yeah, I'm here.
I think he was in that. There he is. Okay. Okay, how much is owing on this one?
Paid the balance, and so we're gonna be submitting a dismissal.
Really?
Yes.
Mr. Little, congratulations. They got it all paid.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Case is dismissed. Take care of yourself.
All right, bye-bye.
Glencoe Hills versus Angela Newkirk Tucker.
I'm here.
Oh, there she is. She called in.
Yeah.
Got her?
Yes, I'm right here.
Okay. So how much is owing on this?
$81.08.
All right, Ms. Newkirk Tucker, how are you gonna?
Yes,
How are you
talked
gonna
to,
get this paid?
Yes, the housing authority that had my information, I talked to them yesterday and they are out of funding. So
Yes.
she suggested that I hurry and do a SER. And I did, and I emailed the T number, I guess that's what it's called, over to the courthouse this morning.
Okay, we have that.
And also an email that from that foundation that they're not going to have their vote until Monday, as Tuesday, because of the holiday. And I think that's the 3rd. I'm not sure the date, to see whether or not they could fully pay. It's called Southern Smoke. I sent an email from the lady over the foundation.
I saw that.
Yes, sir.
And you said they won't. They won't have their vote until the 3rd?
Yes, sir.
And when would you get notified?
She said that either that very next day. If not that day, the very next day. But as far as September's rent, I would have it on September 6th.
So you'll have September's rent on the 6th.
Yes, sir.
And how much is your monthly rent?
17. The exact is $17.49. I've been working doubles every day, trying to
okay,
make sure my check will be
okay. So you're gonna have $17.56, which is your monthly rent.
Yes, sir.
Or $17.50. I'm just rounding it up, and you'll have that by the 6th. So, okay, Ms. Newkirk Tucker, I'm gonna give you a shot. I'm gonna adjourn this out 1 week to the 6th, 2024 at 1 p.m. And hopefully that other thing comes through.
Yes, sir.
But you'll have September paid by the 6th, so we won't get any worse.
Correct.
Okay.
And I've tried every organization, but I couldn't. I don't know anyone else to try, to get assistance. And so that particular organization is like out of state.
I got you. So here's what we're gonna do. Let's see what the one organization says. Get September in, and then I'm not sure what we'll do, but we'll try to figure something out from there. How about that?
Yes, sir.
All right, so I'll see you next week on the 6th at 1 o'clock.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Glencoe Hills versus Sherry Collins.
Don't have her checked.
Sherry Collins, not checked in, you may proceed.
Your Honor, please was dismissing.
Okay, that's why they're not. Okay. Courthouse case of Glencoe Hills versus Alicia Reed. I messed it up again. Miss Reed. Glencoe Oaks versus.
Brings me to my next point. The Ann Arbor Housing Commission paid Glencoe Oaks Hills, not Glencoe Oaks. So, they're transferring funds over to apply to Ms. Reed's balance.
Ah, so they paid the wrong, gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay, is it the amount they're transferring, does that do it? $3,000, that's the balance, it's 3,000, they're paying 3,000. Woo-hoo. No,
I think that we'll be dismissing this case without, I mean, you know, it's not Ms. Reed's fault that.
no, it's not Miss Reed's fault, so you're gonna dismiss it now, or you wanna?
We said it over a week and I'll talk to my client.
Okay.
I purchased my client, yeah, but I think that they'll.
All right, so Ms. Reed, what we're gonna do is we're gonna put it over 1 week to the 6th at 1 p.m. Let everything transfer, let everybody get authority to dismiss, and hopefully we'll get rid of this case and you'll be all set.
Okay, so do I come in or is it still Zoom?
You can go ahead and appear via Zoom because I think this is all gonna take care of itself.
Okay, alrighty. Thank you so much.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you. You have
All
a
right.
great weekend and holiday.
You too. Happy holidays and great weekend to you too.
Glencoe Oaks versus Angela Cater. Where's Miss Cater?
It's not physically present, there's an email.
There's an email. Oh, did you get the email?
I feel like I saw something.
She's working. She had a few more last week. Now today she's working.
Oh, so the funeral was last week and then she's working today. She's,
11:49. Oh, sorry.
pardon?
I'm seeing that she emailed today at 11:47. She could zoom in if she got the link.
Oh, you know what she said? So I don't think we got that one, did we?
I think it might have got to the.
No, that's what you're looking at. She's not here. She has the link. She's not here.
Okay.
She has a link, but she's not shown up. Okay. What's her monthly rent?
Insignificant.
No,
We're
she,
looking at $2,099.
right, and so,
Yeah, the balance of 14,000. Right now,
14,000?
not including any amounts in escrow. Yet. So it'll be up to $16,463.
So she was. We released, let's see, in July, I released the escrow to you.
Yes, oh, I see, the 6,100. It hasn't been received yet. Let me look at my ledger. Oh.
Right, it isn't, it's not released, and I don't know why.
I show it was released on August 28th.
Okay, that's why. So there's nothing in escrow,
It's in transit, yeah.
but the 61 got released.
So we're looking at $8,264.80. I'm sorry, that's wrong. I catch myself. we're looking at $8,194.70. After that.
See, she was, my goodness. Okay. And then her rent, her monthly rent's gonna click in. Yeah. Okay, you know what I'm gonna do?
Your Honor, this is we're at the writ. I mean, we're at the writ stage here. Anyway.
I know.
That amount covers the balance, and I think we talked about the amendment.
Yes, the judgment can be amended, but and that actually covers the judgment amount, right?
Yes.
Okay, and we were just trying to get her on. So I could do one or two things, but I don't think it does anybody any good. I could just dismiss this out or just adjourn this over. Let you amend the judgment and then let's work with her because and I want to do that because with Ms. Cater, she has always been communicating.
Right.
She's and getting everything in. So I'll adjourn it over to the 6th, 2024, and I'll indicate plaintiff may amend judgment. And that's at 1 o'clock. Okay. Gulfside Lake versus Eric Hall. Oh, Eric Hall.
Your Honor, and I can explain there was a typo on the lease.
Yes.
So I can see where it's signed Erica Hall, but as it's written into the lease, it says Eric, the A is left off. And so.
You're right. And then what happened is that once the pleadings came through, we stuck here. So.
Right. We always put the name that's on
the lease. Got it. Okay, but you're here.
Great.
Okay. All right. And how much do we have owing?
I have a balance of $1,310.67.
Okay, so since the last time some got paid. Okay, so how are we getting the rest of this?
I have a voucher that comes every month for $400, but I spoke with her, I meet with her Thursday, that's the 5th, to try to get her to pay the remaining balance.
So you have a housing choice voucher? Got it.
So every month they pay like $400 something.
Gotcha. No, I got it. Did this back amount come from some confusion regarding your voucher?
That and I got a car too, so that kind of.
Is that what?
I purchased a car. So that kind of threw me off too.
Oh, buying a car?
Well, I'm leasing it, so now I'm paying.
Oh, so she took your money and did something else with it. That's okay. I'm not. It's people do it all the time. What kind of car?
Jeep Cherokee.
Oh, you went Jeep. I don't think I can give her any leeway. If it were Ford, I could, right? Mm-hmm. I'm just kidding. She's looking at me like, hey, you're insane. Just okay, let's see what we can do to try to get you through this. Have you talked with the folks regarding issues with their housing choice voucher?
Yeah, and I mean with her, like I said, on Thursday, because she's been.
Is that through Hawk that you're in touch with that person?
This is through a program called Housing Wellness, but it is a form of HUD. I don't know how they explain it to,
Okay.
I did the SCR too. And I spoke with Amy and
Yeah, you spoke with Amy?
Yeah.
And you told her you have a housing choice voucher? Okay, is that who helped you set up the appointment or no?
No, I already had a worker. I think it's so.
Okay, Amy. Will that be well enough for her to do that?
Your
To
Honor,
just,
last week with Ms. Hall, I got all the relevant information and made all the referrals to the programs that Ms. Hall was qualifying for. I don't know if those people have referred back out to check in with Ms. Hall, and Ms. Hall can answer about that if she wishes.
okay.
Spoken to Sharon from, I can't remember the name of the organization, and then she referred me to SOS. I talked to them, but they're supposed to call me back.
They're supposed to call you, okay, so that's where you are, that's the piece that I was missing. Thank you, Amy, okay. Now it all makes sense, but not really. Okay, but now it actually does, that this has to just come back around to you. They have to just get to you on that. Okay. So what I'm gonna do is, I'm going to adjourn this to the 6th, 2024 at 1 p.m. Is there anything that you can pay between now and next Friday, or?
Yeah, I can't say exact dollar amount because I'm a hairstylist, so it could be a couple hundred, it might be $1,000. It just depends on how many heads I told you.
Okay. Somewhere between 200 to 1,000. All right. Nothing like narrowing it down. That's good. All right. So what I'll do is I'll just put at least 200, get that in. Okay. It'll be to your benefit to pay more, but at least get that in. Okay. So we'll see you at 1 o'clock next week. Thank you. Gulfside Lakes versus Amika Adams. Your name?
Amika Adams, the first.
Okay. Is that,
I'm the first, not the last.
is that really part of your name?
Yes, I changed it like that when I got married, and then I kept it after I divorced.
Wow.
So I'm the first wife, not the second, but I really was the second, but.
Okay, I don't need all that. I really didn't need all that. Okay. Okay, so where are we?
I am done moving out, so I didn't put in the key today, so that's why I'm here, to give me more time until September 5th, which prior to my date today, the apartment did say that September 5th would be okay for me to move out completely.
Your Honor, if you adjourn it a week over claims objection, then that.
Thank you, Miss. I'm going to adjourn this out September 6th, 2024, 1 p.m. That's over plaintiff's objection.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. You take care and have a great weekend. Court calls the case, Gulfside Lakes versus Harley Argo.
Jillian Egan from plaintiff.
Hello. Argo?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, we can barely hear you, but that's okay. All right. How much is owing?
I have a balance of $1,065.48.
That is.
What's her monthly rent?
Payment last night of $867, so it should only be $198 left on there.
Okay, you're gonna have to say that again. Something's wrong with your mic. I can barely hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you. So go ahead.
So yesterday I made a payment of $867, so it should only be $198 that's left on there.
Okay, so you made 867 yesterday?
Yes.
You don't show that.
I wouldn't, Your Honor. Because it would have been figured out in the ledger. So, but I mean, that would balance of $200.
It's about $200 owing on it. When were you gonna get the 200 in? And then your September rent, what are you looking at for that?
So the 200, I was supposed to have 15 hours of sick time on my check that was not put on there. So that's why I'm still short that 200. September's rent, I was looking to pay by the 13th.
Okay. Let me ask you this, if you paid that amount and you're down to 200, there's a lot of ways I can handle this, but you think you can have everything paid by the 13th?
I should, yes.
Okay, I'll tell you what, over plaintiff's objection, I don't know if you are. I'm going to adjourn this out to the 13th, 2024 at 2 p.m. Give you a shot to get everything paid off so we don't have a judgment or anything, okay?
Okay, that sounds good. Thank you so much, Judge.
Thank you. You have a good weekend.
You as well. Be safe out there.
Gulfside Lakes versus Janita Mills. Oh, she's hiding. Didn't see her over there. Hello, how are you? I'm here. Yeah, I'm good.
Balance of $1,515.60.
Okay, so she made the payment she said she was gonna make. Go ahead. Where are you on this?
So I am going to pay the full balance on my next check, which is on the 4th. And then, of course, I'll be behind again for September. And I can't make that full payment until the 18th. So what happened was my rent had increased like from 12 something to 17 within like 30 days. So that's what led me to be behind. And I'm just trying to work on getting this all cleared up.
Take a breath.
I'm trying. It's a lot. But I'm gonna get it paid.
Hang on a second. Hold on. Now she just talking. You got a plan. We're gonna make it work. How about that? Okay, so you think you can get this 15, 16, this 15, 15, 16, you think you can get that paid next week?
When I get my check.
When you get your check, okay. So what I'm gonna do is September 6th, 2024 at 1 p.m. I'm gonna set it for then. You're to pay the 15, 16 by the 4th, by September 4th. Okay, and then we'll figure out September, but let's get that. That was a big sigh.
No, thank you.
You're welcome. It's all gonna work out. Okay, so you get that done and then we'll run through September. We'll get. Okay, you have a great weekend. Courthouse case is Gulfside Lake versus Monica Drummer. Miss Drummer? Oh, there she
I'm
is.
here.
Okay, how much is owing?
$12.51.
For costs of $1,250.70.
Okay, Miss Drummer, where are you on this? I think you said you were gonna have the balance paid.
I was.
What happened?
Okay. I tell you when it rains, it pours. Okay, Your Honor, I've been sick. So when I get sick, I'll be in and out the hospital for like 8 to 10 days. And because my PTO time is replenished, I didn't get paid for that time I was off. I have a mass growing in my head that they just discovered. So I got a lot going on. But that's all here and there. But I'm expecting, I have a insurance deposit check that's supposed to hit my account today. I called the bank and it's still pending because they got to scan and hold it to make sure it's not a fraudulent check. So I'm still waiting for that to deposit. Once that deposit, I can pay that September, October, November, and December rent but I'm just waiting for it to hit my account.
Okay, let's do this then.
They told me it's supposed to hit today and it's not there. I was told it was gonna hit yesterday and it wasn't there. So now I called the bank. It's still pending. I guess their protocol for make sure it's not a fraudulent check.
So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna find that there's no tribal issue as to the amount. I'm gonna issue a judgment for possession. Here's the reason I'm gonna do it, Mr. Drummer. For the $1,250.70. Okay, that way that locks in that figure with a writ.
Okay.
I'm gonna give her to the 13th, so no writ before the 13th. So that way you'll have to the 13th to at least get that paid. But if this other check comes through, you'll have that plus the other
Plus
thing. So you'll be able to satisfy.
plus the rest of the year.
Pardon?
I have that plus the rest of the year.
There you go. Okay. But that sort of buys you time, but also just locks that figure in case something else happens. Okay.
Yeah, I'm just waiting. They told me it's supposed to be deposited. When I called the bank, it's still pending. They still haven't released it yet. So as soon as they release it, I can go ahead and make the payment. Just waiting on them to release it.
I got you. Okay. So
now.
you're all set.
Okay.
We'll just do it that way. Get that paid by the 13th. You'll be good.
Okay. Do I get an appointment on the 13th?
Pardon? No, you don't have to come in. You're all set.
Okay.
Just make sure to get that paid by the 13th. Okay.
All right. Bye-bye.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Drummer. Have a good weekend.
And that's the 1250-70, right?
Pardon?
That's the 1250-70, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, we didn't mean to wait.
Okay.
Okay. Oh, yeah. He was helping you out. I forgot. Gobside Lakes versus Sarah Brown. Hello, what's your name?
Sarah.
All right. Where are we on her, Miss Brown's case?
There, I have a balance for a cost of $2,916.37.
Okay, and I think Ms. Brown was gonna pay 1,000 today.
I paid it already. I paid 700 last night, and I think that's the cost after I applied. So I paid 700 last night and I paid 300 this morning.
Okay.
Okay.
And it might not have cleared the ledger.
Oh.
So that's sometimes we get.
Got it. Okay. So how much is your monthly rent?
$13.65. I get paid every 2 weeks, so I'm gonna pay another 1,000 in 2 weeks. That's on the 13th.
Right.
But of course, if that's a Friday, I get paid like late that night, so I'm able to pay it that night and be there.
Late the Thursday, you mean? Okay, so I see what you're doing. You gotta try to work this through and kind of slow walk it to get yourself caught up. Have you tried to get any assistance at all or no?
No, I haven't. I do have a plan because I included with my September rent here and there. Right to my balance with the September rent and my late fees, I got a round up a figure like $33.70. So September the 13th, I'm gonna pay 1,000. Then on the 27th, at the end of the month, with the work I do, I get bonuses on top of my checks, and I'll be able to pay my balance off by the 27th. I just need to the end of September.
That's her plan? You know, when she gave you that plan, when she was telling her, Mr. Allen was like, you seem to like the plan.
And I included my late fees because I know we get 2 late fees a month, so that's included.
Okay, all right, slow down. Here's what we're gonna do. You paid the 1,000, so you're gonna be at like 19. It's gonna go then up to 13. So here's what I'm gonna do. Your next check isn't until the 13th.
Right.
All right, Ms. Brown, I'm gonna believe you that you got that paid. Overplaying subjection, maybe I'm gonna adjourn it to the 13th. 2024 at what time? 2 p.m. And on the 13th, you're gonna pay at least 1,000. Okay. So then what we hopefully can then do is then we can figure out exactly what's gonna happen, how we're gonna get this done. Fair enough?
Fair enough.
All right.
Thank you.
You have a great weekend. Gulfside Lakes versus Lakia Williams. Yes,
Hello.
she is. Was Cummings. There she is. Cummings. Okay. What's their balance?
I have a balance of $2,668.80, and I have a note from my client that might be some assistance from SOS.
That what?
There might be some assistance from SOS, but it's a question mark.
Okay.
Don't know for sure.
All right, Ms. Cummings.
Yes.
Do you know anything about any assistance you might be receiving?
Not really, but I did talk to her like on the 20th, and she said I'm probably not going to get approved, but she'll call me back on September 3rd to see if things have changed or something.
Oh, because of money coming in.
Yeah.
Okay, got it. Okay, let me ask you this. Do you have any monies that you can pay toward this?
So by the end of next week, I should have 1,000 to put in.
By the 6th?
Yes.
Okay, so here's what I'm gonna do. Let's get a definitive answer on that, on your, whether or not you'll receive any assistance. I'll adjourn this out to the 6th at 1 p.m., okay?
Okay, thank you.
I'm gonna indicate in the file, you're gonna pay $1,000 by that date. So try to get that paid before the 1 o'clock time, okay?
Okay.
All right, thank you. Gulfside Lake versus Emmett Red Wine.
Yet for the full balance.
Ah.
So if you could adjourn it,
Got it.
we'll dismiss it. Not, we'll keep it next week.
September 6th, 2024, 1 p.m. Shocked when I didn't see Mr. Redmond. Gulfside Lake versus Jabril Naeem. Naeem? Not present. You may proceed if you'd like.
Your Honor, this is a case for not payment of rent. I have rent in possession of $1,727.69. Court costs are $172 for a total of $1,899.69. Claims requesting default. For to issue after 10 days.
Judgment to the plaintiff, that is by default for possession of redemption amount, any amount requested, writ issue in 10 days. Huron Vista Apartments versus Chelsea Lopez. And she's, hello, Ms. Lopez. Do you have a camera?
Yes, one second.
What do I got? Okay, there she is. Okay. I was at 49.71 the last. Where are we now? Same balance. Okay. All right. So Lopez, how do you think you're gonna get this paid?
So yesterday I received a letter from the office. They're offering to forgive my balance if I can pay September, October, and November on time. And I have to get in this program with them by tomorrow, but because I found out about this yesterday, I don't have the money to pay it on time, so I have to ask them if I'll be able to pay September by the 15th and be on time for October and November.
Oh, okay, I see. This is that same.
Yes, I confirmed it with my client, Your Honor. It's legit.
They're running their own
They have their own. Yeah.
kind of program. Okay, that's fine with me. I just, we kind of heard Ms. Lopez about this morning. It kind of surprised me. I don't think counsel had been told about these kind of offers being made. So I get it. And I guess with the case, so for Ms. Lopez, the question is going to be, she can't make that first payment. So I don't know what's going to happen.
Yeah.
So Ms. Lopez, your first payment, I guess the way I'm looking at this, if they say yes, then you're going to be okay. You'll be okay, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
If they say no to that, then we've got to do something with this. Right? So
Yeah.
what day did you say, you kind of just mentioned it to me, is it the 15th of September that you say?
Yes.
Okay. So here's what I'm gonna do, and this is gonna be over plaintiff's objection, but if they let her into the program, she's gonna be good. If she doesn't, she's gonna have to pay by the 15th, but then we're gonna have to figure out what to do with this balance. So I'm going to adjourn her case to the 20th of September. Okay, that's after the period that she could pay. She'll either know or not know.
Okay.
They'll do it. That's what makes sense to me. Since I'm the one in charge, that's all that has to make sense to. Anyway, no, I'm kidding. Okay. So, yeah, wow, I don't even know where that came from with me. All right. September 20th, 2024 at 3 p.m.
Okay. All right, thank
Okay.
you.
Ms. Lopez, have a great weekend and holiday.
You too.
Court calls case of New Park Ridge Apartments versus Felicia Burris. She's here.
Yeah, she was just rejoining.
She just rejoined.
Yeah, she tried.
Oh, okay, Ms. Burris. Felicia Burris. Oh, hit again. You tried to unmute. Did for just a split second. Oh, there you go.
Hi.
Hello. there she is. Okay, let's see. Where are we? This is a termination.
Yes.
Okay, so where are we on this?
So last time we spoke, I got with your secretary and I actually finally got in touch with the lawyer.
You finally got what?
I got in touch with the lawyer. I talked to David S. with U of M Student College.
Okay.
Yes, and he told me to tell you a couple of things. He told me that he will be able to represent me. However, the college doesn't start taking new cases until the beginning week of September. So
yes. They're on a school schedule. Yes. Okay.
Hey, Mr. Santa Croce.
I think it was David Santa Croce said that to you?
Yes, David S. And he said he will be
but he's trying to tell me. All right. Okay, here's what we'll do. Since this is a termination, has she paid? You haven't been paying your rent, have you?
No, because I had zero rent for a while until I got my job, and then we were in the process of determining a rent. Yeah.
Oh, because you were at zero then.
Yeah.
Okay, here's what I'll do. I'll just indicate escrow reserve. We'll figure it out.
Yeah.
And then I'll adjourn this. You can let Mr. Santa Croce know September 13th, 2024 at 2 p.m.
Got it.
Pardon?
Oh, thank you. Oh, I got it. Yep, for sure. And he also asked me to say thing about discovery. I can wait till he gets here to discover.
But what now?
Discovery, to ask the court for discovery.
Okay, he knows how I feel about that. So he shouldn't have sent you to deliver that message.
Oh man, okay.
Okay, because I know I could yell at you. I don't think you want me to.
Oh no, Judge, please.
Okay, no, I'm not going to yell at you. I'll wait for him.
Yeah.
And then I'll be even madder at him because he sent you to try to do his dirty work. Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
All right. We'll see you. We'll see you on the 13th. Thank you.
Have a good
weekend. Hamilton Crossing versus Kristen Benson.
Plaintiff not checked in.
They are not checked in. You May proceed.
Your Honor, this is a case for non-payment of rent. I have, I have rent to retain possession of $2,756, court costs of $176, for a total of $2,932. Thank you for requesting default judgment for the issue.
Judgment to the plaintiff, that is by default for possession, redemption amount, any amount requested with the writ issued 10 days. So when you finally started to move, no, that's okay, man. He's doing real well today. Hamilton Crossing versus Melissa Smiley. Not checked in, you may proceed.
Your Honor, I have a rent to retain possession of $1,278 and court costs of $176 for a total of $1,454. Thank you for requesting a default judgment. We talked about
Your staff. Yes. Judgment. Judgment to the plaintiff, that's by default for possession, redemption amount, any amount requested with the writ issued in 10 days. And here we go. PRP Management versus Sebastian Compton, Enright, Young, Lazar, Gresh, Lorette, Minchella, Schreiber. That's it. You got anybody?
Nope.
I have nobody.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, I'm sorry, can we put this over for one more week?
Absolutely. Adjourn it to September 6th, 2024 at 1 p.m. Nothing I'd like better than having to call all those names again. All right. Strong Future Home versus Ashley Womack. Okay.
She's not here. Yes, Your Honor, we're going to do this.
All right. Case is dismissed. Let's put that right here. All right, fantastic. That's that block. I'm a bit behind. We got to set up for the 2. Did we hear anything on our 1 o'clock?
They have solution to 3 o'clock.
Who? Oh, he's coming? Okay, at 3. So we'll push that till 3.
1 o'clock, Mr. Levine's office.
You need to pay for Mr. Levine's office, so I need to leave.
You can stay if you want to watch your video.
Nope, I hear myself talk all day. Don't need to hear it again. All right, court's in recess. Everybody can remain seated.
All present. 14A District Court for County of Washington, State of Michigan is now back in session.
May be seated. Whitaker Oaks versus Anthony Williams. CM. Pardon?
To tell you she does not take home.
Oh. Oh. No, I got you. It's okay. This is Whitaker Oaks versus Anthony Williams and Christina Williams. Okay, on this case, Miss Williams showed up in my court. I don't know what day. Pardon? All right, it was Tuesday. Seemed like so long ago. We had been contacting plaintiff's office because although she didn't know that the writ had been posted, the writ was scheduled to be posted. It got posted actually while she was at the court. We were trying to find out the balance not just due under the judgment, but the full balance, bring her current after some running around. We finally got the balance. I think it was, I have my email, it's 22 something.
I have 22, 29, 16.
22, 29, 16.
That's right. That balance is not.
Excuse me? Are you sure? Okay, where's my email?
I believe it's underneath the prompt. It should be underneath the first.
So my question is this. There was a judgment that was taken. So why wouldn't that be included in the court costs?
Judgment I had was from June 28th, and there were court costs in there, $350.
Yes.
So that ledger, I'm not sure if you received just a ledger, or if you, someone from our office told you that included court costs, but ledger I had has actually.
Whoa. That doesn't work that way. I issued a judgment for a particular amount. Her ledger then, as of June 28th, should have read that amount. If it read that amount, it included the $214 in court costs.
It did include the court costs, Your
It what?
It did, that judgment did include the court costs.
I know. So why is the balance that we received not in, you're saying doesn't include the court costs?
I'm not sure why that balance that you received the court costs. I know that the ledger does not include court costs in there. The ledger is from the property, and we had the court costs.
So if she went in to redeem and paid the amount that was on that ledger, you're telling me that that would not have paid her judgment off?
Well, she went into redeem after the court hearing, should be advised that total amount of court costs. The ledger that I have is not to legal fees or court costs.
I don't even know what that means. If she went in after the judgment's entered to pay the amount on the to pay your client, you're going to tell me that the amount she would have been given would not have been the amount that would have redeemed the judgment?
No, Your Honor, I'm saying that the ledgers that we had. Okay, so to answer your question, Your Honor.
Okay, let's start there. Go ahead.
She would have received the judgment that will have an amount that doesn't include court costs, yes. So if she wanted to redeem that, she would have an amount that would include court costs if she had paid the judgment on time, correct?
Okay, so where'd the court costs go?
Not sure, Your Honor.
Okay, I'm not sure is not it. Because here's what happened. She comes in, she says she has the money. She posted it here. She has a $500 money order to pay the entire amount that we were given by your office.
Okay, I understand, Your Honor.
But now you're coming here, we're here today, and she paid with her $500 plus what she's posted in escrow. She has that full amount that we were given. And now we get here today and you're telling me there's another $214.
Your Honor, I believe the error may come from our end, whereas the balance that was sent to you was incorrect, so that is our fault.
Oh, I know. If it is a fault. Because it certainly, there are three of us here. Two of us, it's not our fault. So how does she redeem?
Your Honor, this is a written, failed to pay the judgment on time. And that judgment was from 2028, July, and August fines accrued. I understand that there was some order on Tuesday where she asked to fix turn around escrow. She did it. I did speak to her in the hallway. She did tell me she has additional $500 money when we're ready. However, Your Honor, there was a writ issue, so.
Oh. The writ has been issued, but since it is my order, that writ has also been stayed. I think at that point you go checkmate. Yeah, oh, I am extremely aware of that. And when people come into my court, I just ask that they do the right thing. So if we got to try to make sure that the right thing happens, I'll call the rest of your cases and you call your client and we can figure out exactly what's going to happen with Miss Williams because she's not leaving here today until this is resolved. Ms. Williams, have a seat. We'll call you back up. Court calls case of Whitaker Oaks versus Orangel Gardner. My understanding is that case is dismissed.
Yes.
Case dismissed. With effort. Whitaker Oaks versus James Poor and Ryan Poor.
Here, Your Honor.
Mr. Ryan Poor?
Yep.
I can't hear you, sir.
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Hang on. Yeah, we can hear you. It wasn't your fault.
Okay.
Once again, something's happened and it's not my fault. It's okay. All right. All right. How much is owing on this? This is a termination case. Is it not?
I have it as yes.
All right. Mr. Poor, what's your position on this case regarding their action for termination?
I paid last week, and I don't know about the rest of the other balance because I paid July too.
But this is a termination.
Your Honor, so the lease on termination case was given 30-day notice. We then dropped off a check or payment amount. Would it go with the something to charge Mr. Ford to come pick it up? So I'm saying we essentially dropped off and we'll accept it.
They're saying they didn't accept your payment and that you need to pick up that check and that they're seeking to terminate your tenancy because your lease is ended.
Okay, so how many days do I got to get out then?
Well, the statutory period would be 10 days. How much time did you need?
Could I get a little bit more time than that?
It depends. Define a little bit.
Can I get 2 weeks?
Plaintiff have any objection to giving him to well, I would give him till the 20th. I'd give you 3 weeks. Can you get out in 3 weeks?
Yes, sir.
Judgment for possession, finding no tribal issue after hearing. We'll enter with a writ date, September 20th. All right, sir. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Real Properties versus Cassandra Amerson. She is not checked in. Would you like to proceed? All right. Raise your right hand to be sworn. Well, this is a red. Why am I here?
Hearing.
There's $95.30 owing.
$995.
900?
Yes, that's correct. So if you're looking, are you looking at the red that is submitted, that states that everything?
Yes.
That's fine. So that amount was, that writ was made an error, that $900 has already been applied to the judgment. So when that was submitted, we submitted, I don't know, if that's there, but there's another application I have in my hand. It shows that there's been a $0, there's been no complaint made since the judgment exemption.
What? So the 900 wasn't paid?
The 900 was paid, but it was applied to the judgment amount on June 28th. So the amounts that at the time of court, $900 was applied to this check the total amount on the judgment, rather than being a partial payment on the rate, because those payments were made prior to the
On June 28th, there was a judgment entered, right? The judgment was for $995.30.
Yes, sir.
That was on June 28th. When was the 900 received?
On June 28th, the 900 was received. So on the judgment, there was originally an amount of $1,895. It was crossed off, subtracted 900 from.
I see. So you're saying they already credited the 900. Writ may issue. That was the last of yours?
Yeah.
Okay. So that was the last of yours. So now you can go call your client about Miss Williams and see what we work out. Court calls case Reggio Rentals versus Duke Ellington. Ellison, excuse me.
Good afternoon, Your Honor, David Frank, on behalf of the plaintiff.
And Your Honor, Kelly Vendrinos of Legal Services on behalf of Mr. Ellis.
Here we approach.
Oh, boy. Sure, come on. No, I'm really probably not. In the
Your Honor, this is on the record.
yes, in the Allison matter, record should reflect at a branch conference. This matter will be adjourned to September 20th, 2024 at
1 p.m.
at 1 p.m. I also indicated that there's necessity for some discovery information and that the legal services may present to the court for a subpoena that will go out under my signature. All right.
Your Honor, one other item. I don't think this will be necessary, but I do want to raise the possibility that RPI, if we really believe that RPI does not follow the procedures, we would probably, and they won't resolve the issue with us, probably seek to. So I might be coming back to the court to seek a complaint, but I don't think that's necessary. Yeah. Just want to raise the issue.
I'll deal with it if it comes back, but you guys do the same. Court calls case, Devonna versus Terry Jackson. And Janelle Smith. You have them here?
Yeah, they're coming up.
Oh, they're there.
Terry Jackson, representing myself and Janelle Smith.
Well, you can't represent Janelle Smith, but is she here?
She's here.
Okay, all right.
Here last week. Speak with counsel.
Yes.
And that's happened, they have an appointment now for September 6th. So we would like to proceed and ask the court to enter a judgment today. Think that the eviction day would be after September 6th.
What's the appointment you have on September 6th?
It's with Hawk. We did the intake with them. HWC has set up one appointment at 10 a.m.
Okay, so how much is owing at this point?
$100. And we would be asking for court costs, filing fee, service fee, and attorney fee, which $184. So the total we would be asking for is $4,979.
Okay, so here's going to be the issue. Direct this to the Smiths. If you go to Hawk, typically what's going to happen if you qualify is that there's going to be a $3,000 cap. And then you're going to have to come up with the, 1979 thereabouts? Are you going to be able to do that or? Okay, when?
I mean, as soon as possible. I mean, I should say I return it to the court by next Friday.
Okay, but how much is monthly rent? So, yeah, I got it here. I'm sorry. Yes, again. So. Just ballparking this out. Sir. It'd be $3,130 that you'd have to come up with.
$3,130.
Correct.
Okay,
So, because here, the way this works is at some point, if you qualify for the program, your ledger balance has to be 3,000 or less for them to pay. They're not going to pay until it's 3,000 or less if they give you the full three. Okay, just assuming that. If they go past today, the 1150 is going to kick in. So you're already 1979 by the calculations that planners council gave me. And then if I add 1158, if my math is correct, I'm at 3130. Okay, so is that gonna happen?
Yes, yeah.
When is that gonna happen?
I can have that posted before Friday.
Before the 6th?
Correct. Additional 1,200 may take an additional week simply because I'm receiving disability to approve disability.
Hold on a second. You just told me
Yeah.
that you would have the 3130 on the 6th.
Well,
And now you're telling me something different.
But I did take into consideration the fact that the additional money that I have been using to maintain the monthly current month's rent is coming from a group disability plan. And I don't determine when that hits my bank.
Your meeting is on the 6th.
Correct.
What time?
10 a.m.
What's the zip code on this address? It's 4198. Okay. So here's what I'm gonna do. I understand council wants a judgment, but I'm gonna let us sneak into September so that if there has to be a judgment, at least you're gonna have the full amount on it. So we're gonna adjourn this to September 6th, 2024 at
3 p.m.
at 3 p.m. Now, how much are you going to be able to pay by the 6th?
I can pay the 1979.
That has to be paid before noon on that day. Now, you're gonna pay that directly to the landlord?
If that's preferable to the court.
Well, doesn't, sure, the landlord probably wants his funds, so. It can be paid to the court, that way I track it or do it. Do you have a preference, counsel? So here, so that you understand, and I know I ask these sort of bizarre questions, but it's because of the way the programs work.
Same day of the hearing, so it's fine.
All right. I want it paid to the court. That way I can track it, because I'm gonna tell you this. If it's not paid, if it's not in the court, it has to be in cash. If it's not in court, I'm not hearing any more arguing about anything. I'm just gonna give them their judgment, which is then at that point going to include September. Understood?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, folks. Court does call the case S&C Holdings LLC versus Andre Harris.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Tracy Thomas, appearing on behalf of the plaintiff.
Andre Harris? He is not checked in. Would you like to take a default, sir?
Well, here's where my Boy Scout officer of the court conscience kicks in.
Okay. Hold on.
We were here last week, and Mr. Harris promised to make a payment. I don't know whether he did or not.
Hold on a second, Mr. Thomas. I think the defendant might have called in.
He's actually called into the clerk's office right now, Your Honor, indicating that he is having car trouble, like to appear.
He's having car trouble and wanted, seriously? Tell him didn't get in myself. Right? I'm gonna have to pass your case. He's called into the clerk's office.
That's fine, Your Honor.
I don't know where he is, but he's having car trouble. Gotta get off of that, because I like Jack. He's a really important guy. All right. Ashley, is it Branham? Representative of Ricky and Travis Branham State versus Melanie Brazen Sanders.
Everyone's into.
Good afternoon,
Counsel,
Your Honor.
state your appearance. Go ahead.
William Gross here on behalf of Ashley Branham, or the estates, really.
Who else is here on this?
Melanie Sanders, defendant.
All right, where are we on this case, folks?
Your Honor, last week we had our initial hearing, and at that time, you'd asked that my client provide her letters of authority, showing that she is the personal representative for both the Ricky and Travis Branham estates. We've submitted those to the court. I believe they're in the case file. So at this point, we'd be ready to proceed to the full hearing.
All right, ma'am, what do you have to say about this case?
So on July 1st, I was given the notice to quit. On July 10th, I paid $3,000 for a home for us to be removed from the estates per her wishes. I found out after the 10th that was scam and I got scammed. I took that to the Jackson Rentals Associates and figured it out. That's a whole different court case that I am dealing with on my own, which is why I don't have a lawyer for this case, because the other case kind of has a little bit more priority. I informed Ashley that I would not be in the house on August 1st, but she could drop off the eviction notice instead of just taping it to the window. She and her party proceeded to enter the dwelling through my 10-year-old autistic son's bedroom. Doing so, there was some damage to his belongings. There are also some things of my son's, like his laptops that are for school this year. He is homeschooled, that are missing. His entire life savings that was on our pellet stove is missing. And I have expressed to them that I am working as fast and efficiently as I can to get us out of the home. I am just requesting at least 3 more weeks to figure out my situation.
Counsel, you know anything about your clients entering the home?
I'm sorry?
I don't. I believe she's here and may be able to speak to that. I understand that she did at one point arrive at the home hoping to, I don't know, get back possession. I think she misunderstood the time frame of things. But I was not aware of anyone entering the home.
Did she enter the home?
I believe
Sir?
she's available here now.
Turn on my camera. My name is Ashley Branham, and I did not enter the home. I was at the home. I mean, there was a note that was on the door about if somebody needed to talk to an adult to reach out. I was not aware that Melanie was even still there, but with that note on the door, we did call police for 4 hours that day to try to get somebody out there just to do a wellness check. But then after we had left the property is when I guess all of that transpired.
Did anybody with you? If you didn't go in, did anybody with you go into the premises?
My sister did.
Under what authority did she enter the premises?
Well, we had called the police for 4 hours that day, and they said, well, if it is your residence, like they advised that if you're the legal owner of it. So, I mean, nothing was taken. We did not.
You may be the legal owner subject to their leasehold.
She doesn't have a lease, sir. She is not paying rent. She has not made any.
Your Honor, I believe
I
there was.
really don't have time to give you the legal definition of that, so I'm not going to. I'll let your lawyer do that for you.
Okay, well, I mean, I'm just saying she never had a lease. She was with my brother.
Yes, and Ashley.
Well, that's a problem if they enter the premises.
Yeah. Your Honor,
That's
as
a
soon as
huge
I
problem.
became-
That's counsel, that's a huge problem.
Yeah, Your Honor, I was contacted, I believe, on that day by my client, and I advised her to leave the tenant to her quiet possession of the property until this matter was resolved through the courts. So I believe there was just a misunderstanding by my client.
Yeah, I've never been through
according
this
to her-
process. I didn't know. I thought the letter to acquit was the last thing. So I just was unaware. And I mean, I live 700 miles away. So I'm in Georgia. I was just trying to get some resolution to the problems that are happening. And then that didn't happen. So
as far as I know, the tenant has been left to her quiet enjoyment of the property since that date. And no
Yes,
other
but it was
improvement occurred.
interrupted, counsel. That's a whole other claim.
Pardon me?
That's a whole other claim she has as against the landlord. You can't just go in.
I did call the police after I returned back to the premises after my work shift. I did have my neighbor who has video surveillance of the conversation between Miss Branham and part of her party that was there on that day, along with a whole different slew of things that I had talked to that officer about. Which again, that is a whole different case that I am working on getting the details on for that. But
Okay,
for this case,
yeah, I know.
I've just
All
been-
right, look, we're gonna have
yeah.
to get this resolved. So here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna set it for a final settlement conference, September 10th, 2024, 9 a.m. All of that is in person. All the parties need to be present before me.
That was the 10th at 9 a.m.?
Yes, sir.
All right, and Your Honor, that's another settlement conference. That's not the eviction hearing.
It's a settlement conference. Well, counsel, you can do it that way or not. Your client or somebody on your client's behalf illegally entered these premises. She has claims which she's raised before this court, claiming damage to certain property.
Sure. So I just want to know what type of hearing I should be preparing for next time.
Prepare for a final settlement conference. It's a hearing before we set a trial, if we have to set a trial. I'm
Is
going
there
to try to
anything
resolve the case, but I think you probably need to talk to your clients about what their legal obligations and responsibilities are. Because quite frankly, they're probably in a whole lot of trouble.
Is there anything the court needs us to prepare in order, like, for that hearing?
No, I got it. I got all, you can prepare anything you want for me, but I'm good. We'll see everybody on the 10th. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Blue Heron Point Apartments versus Abad.
Max Muda on behalf of plaintiff, Your Honor.
And hello, I'm here.
Okay, there you are. Probably need a camera. Okay, where are we on this case?
Your Honor, we do have a resolution on this one. I submitted a consent judgment by email around 11 a.m. today, so you may not yet have it before you.
No, I better have it if it came in at 11. I have it. Okay, Mr. Abad, I have a consent judgment. Did you sign that? You're muted, Mr. Abad.
Sorry, it took me a while to unmute. Yes, I did sign it.
Okay. Do you have a camera by any chance or no?
I'm trying to turn that on. I'm using my phone for the first time. I normally get on my laptop, so I'm trying to
I
figure that
gotcha.
out. Sorry.
Okay, I like to do it that way to make sure that it's you, but this judgment indicates a total possession possessory judgment amount, including costs of $4,676.12. Is that your understanding, ma'am?
Yes.
And then under further orders, it indicates if you pay off the balance on or before September 9th, parties agree to stipulate to set aside this judgment, dismiss this case, and defendant must email plaintiff's counsel to confirm full payment.
That is correct.
So basically, you're seeking to redeem the property if.
Yeah, that was resolved. So what we were talking about last week in regards to the rent increase, it was finally resolved. And so they agreed on continuing with the monthly payment that was agreed upon last year.
Gotcha. Well, that's not, okay, so that we're clear, that's not part of this.
So this is stating that I'm going to be paying the amount disclosed, the 4,600 or something, I believe, within the next few days, and that I will have done.
Right, but then you're, as part of this agreement, I think, and you guys correct me if I'm wrong, what you just said to me is that there's now an agreement as to what the rental amount is.
So, Your Honor, my client has sent out an updated lease to the tenant, and what's more is that we've also lowered the balance here to address the rent that was owing for the past couple of months here. And so this does actually address the lower rent by having some of the balance waived, and so the balance is actually lower than what was discussed at the prior hearing. And then in addition, we're working with Ms. Abad.
Right, no, I'm not disputing any of that, counsel. Because she's unrepresented, I have to make sure that she understands this judgment doesn't say that, ma'am.
Yes.
You understand that?
I do. And so the property managers did go ahead and finally agree to contact me. And so we will sign a continuing
Okay,
lease, but I'm
let's do
just
it this
waiting for
way.
them.
Folks, I'm not looking to mess anything up. I just need to make sure that everybody knows what this says. It sounds to me like you have the agreement. When is the lease going to be signed?
The property managers still have not contacted me, and so I'm hoping to hear back from them early next week. I know Monday, they're closed today, they're closed Monday, so I'm hoping early next week.
Okay, here's what I'm going to do, people. I'll sign this once the new lease is signed, the judgment. That way that does exactly what you guys want, and I think you were trying to do without messing it up. The problem is, if I don't have that soon, the dates are going to be all off here in terms of when they could seek a writ, if pursuant to the judgment.
How would you like me to contact you, Your Honor, once the lease has been signed?
If you send an email to Ann in my office, then that the lease has been signed with a CC to the other side, then I'll sign off on the judgment. Okay?
Absolutely perfect.
That way I don't have to, I either do that or give you a new date, but I'd rather just try to do it that way.
Not a problem. I'd prefer that option as well, Your Honor.
Okay. So say we'll sign judgment upon verification of, I guess it's a new lease or whatever it is. Execution. Okay. All right. I think I understand what we're doing. So get that to us. Get the lease signed, get that to us, and then we'll take care of it from there. Okay, folks?
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Court calls case of ESA Management versus Elizabeth Kurtz.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Crystal Herm is appearing on behalf of plaintiff ESA Management for extended stay America.
Elizabeth Kurtz? She's here. You can stand right up here. Hello. All right, where are we on this case? I think we were at 630750 last time or something along those lines.
First of all, if I can say something.
Yes, ma'am.
You know, I work hard. I live outside of conventional housing. I was laid off about 10 years ago. And since that time, I built a business. It's a street business where I sell street furniture. And I don't receive any state aid, government aid, Section 8 or anything like that, but I have been able to maintain housing, especially after the extended stay. I don't have any representation because the legal aid system really doesn't support or recognize who are staying in hotels, because the Michigan law is pretty vague on hotel stays when it comes to tenancy. But I would extend stay. It is a hotel that gives you, after 30 days, it gives you tax exemption. And
You were supposed to file a written answer.
okay, I understand that. Actually, I did. And I sent it to you. I mailed it to you. And today I recognized that it had gone to the wrong email. And I have documentation for that.
You emailed it to me?
I sent it to you, but I didn't know it had been rejected until I was preparing today, shortly before I was preparing.
Okay, did you get it to counsel?
It's in my phone, it's in my documents.
No. You sent something to the court. Did you send?
I sent it, but it didn't arrive.
Okay, not my question. Not my question. Did you send it to opposing counsel?
Who was opposing counsel?
Counsel for the plaintiffs.
I wasn't aware that I needed to do that.
No, forget.
And that's what bothers me. You know, I live outside of conventional housing. It's hard enough to stay afloat. There's not a lot of legal representation. I haven't put together everything.
Ma'am. Yes, you're gonna have to put it together on your own. We're giving you resources to contact. You can contact the University of Michigan. You can contact whomever.
Sir, I
But-
contacted the University of Michigan, in past cases. They were unable to represent me, specifically in a case like this. Legal aid is not represented.
So you're gonna have to represent yourself.
Absolutely. That's why.
Then I need a written answer,
Okay,
and it needs to be sent to opposing counsel.
okay. Can you give me additional time to do that? Because I can't do it here because I don't have.
What is the monthly rent?
Actually, it varies, and that's the reason I'm here, because I'm supposed to get my tax deduction after 30 days.
Counsel, what is the monthly rent?
Your Honor, it's on average 84 cents a day. And at this point.
I'm sorry, you broke up there. It's how much per day?
$86.44 on average per day. And it is, the outstanding balance as of today, August 30th, is $9,539.
Yeah, I have had, gradually, the fees that have been added into the account. I paid much more than 84 a day. I have, a receipt here that for,
Ma'am?
was $1,083, and that doesn't represent a lot.
Ma'am, I'm going to need you to give in writing all of your defenses to this action. A copy of that answer needs to be sent to counsel for the plaintiff.
I have received that address today.
It should be on your pleadings that you received.
I received a summons and I received a notice to quit. A vacate, notice to payment of vacate premises.
Okay. And do you see where it says plaintiff's attorney?
So if you.
Okay, look on the left-hand side, look on the right-hand side.
On the summons or on the.
Yeah, on the summons, at the top.
Yeah. I see the plaintiff's name. I don't see necessarily a phone number. There's no email.
For Pete's sake. Hand me your paper, hand me your paperwork.
I don't see any. I'm glad to be. I think
Right here. There's a phone number. There's an address. You can call them. You can get an email address that you can send it to them. But you need to file an answer. You need to file an answer and you're operating on borrowed time. Counsel, I apologize for this. I would ask your opinion on this, but I'm going to do it this way anyway. You need to file an answer by September 5th.
I appreciate it, Sean. But you know, it really bothers me that people in my situation are given the short end of the stick on every.
On what short end of the stick have you gotten on this case? Tell me one that you've gotten here. Ma'am, I've given you a week to get representation. The very fact you could not find it doesn't put you on the short end of the stick. I then told you that what you'll have to do is you'll have to represent yourself. You said fine. So I'm telling you how it's going to run. You are not getting the short end of the stick from anybody in this courtroom. And I resent you saying that about what happens in this courtroom, because anybody that comes into this courtroom doesn't get the short end of anything from this judge. So I'm done even addressing that. You will have an answer into the court to opposing counsel by the 5th. I will set a next hearing in this matter for September 6th, 2024 at 3 p.m. I'm also going to order escrow to be paid at an amount of $86.44 per day, payable every 7 days to the court.
And why am I representing myself, sir?
Excuse me?
Why am I representing myself?
Why are you?
Yes,
I don't know that I can answer that.
you can't, because there's no legal counsel available for me in this state. So that's what I mean when I say I'm getting short end of the stick.
The escrow that you have to pay to the court must be paid in cash to the court. You can take it to the front window. They'll be more than happy to take it and give you a receipt for that. Pardon?
Okay. I'm unable to pay escrow today.
Ma'am? Ma'am. I ordered that escrow will be paid in the amount of 86. Do not interrupt me again. Escrow will be paid in the amount of $86.44 per day. It is due and payable to the court every 7 days. That's my order. I'll see you guys next week. Thank you, counsel. What do you want me to call? Hamptons of Clover Lane versus Brenda Hampton. I'm just calling some. I'll get to this for you in a second. I know you.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Yes, it is. Hamptons of Clover Lane versus Anderson and McIntyre.
Robert Visconti, P61756 for the plaintiff, Your Honor.
And I don't have either party here. Would you like to proceed?
I sure would.
All right, raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm testimony you're about to give will be the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Go ahead, sir.
Your Honor, I'd move the court for entry for default judgment for possession in this matter. Rent to retain is $3,969.80. Court costs are $212. Total redemptive amount, $4,181.18. Possession only pleas with an order of eviction to issue after the 9th. I'd be happy to send over an order. To my knowledge, defendants are not minors active duty military, nor are they incompetent. The premises has been kept fit for its intended use.
Judgment to the plaintiff. That's by default for possession, redemption amount, in the amount requested, writ to issue in 10 days. Pines of Clover Lane versus Alexander Montgomery.
Robert Visconti for the plaintiff. I move for dismissal of this matter. I'll send in an order, Your Honor.
He's here.
I'm still moving for dismissal.
I know. Hello, sir. What's your name? They're moving to dismiss. You have any problem with that whatsoever? That's the most congenial case I've had today. Thank you. All right, case is dismissed. You have a great weekend, sir. Is that it for you, Mr. Visconti? You get
That dismissal is his.
Orchard Grove versus LaHurra. That matter is dismissed on plaintiff's motion without prejudice.
Thanks, Judge. Have a good day.
Thank you. Have a great weekend and holiday.
You as well.
Yes, I'm calling it. You are awful bossy.
I just need to make
No,
sure
you, the whole, excuse us a moment. The whole day. You've been awful bossy and you, that's why some of these people are acting that way. They're seeing you. So you just need to calm down. You'll be ready because she's gonna do something. Court calls the case, Whitaker Oaks versus Anthony Williams. Your name? Okay, so what have we decided?
This morning was indicated to me that the court is currently holding $1,740.
I am.
She's holding the money over $500.
She is.
She stated that she could drop that off today. I would ask the court to release the funds if possible today. She's willing to do that. Should be able to.
And that will satisfy the case? So her balance, so that we're clear, her balance as of September 1st, or actually August 31st, will read 0.
The balance, once it's paid, will be 0.
Any questions?
Now I have a 0 balance. That is okay for me to go and sign my lease now, correct? Because she would not allow me to sign a new lease without a 0 balance.
I can't speak to that. I'm sorry.
Boy. No, I know, counsel. And I don't know what to tell you because that's typically not before me. So you'll have to. So I'm going to indicate balance will read 0. Defendant's balance will read 0. Release. Escrow. All the escrow to the plaintiff. And plaintiff should be getting that check for that $1,740.
You had orders on other cases that I attended today.
Oh, that you did? Yeah, if you could give them to my bailiff, we'll attach them to the file and I'll sign off on this. Thank you. You're welcome. Have a great weekend. Good holiday. Daria, is it Gorandina? Probably said that wrong. Versus Brittany Parker.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Defendant's present.
I don't have.
Do not have them present. Would you like to take a default, sir?
I sent them a conditional for attorney and I'm just waiting to get that.
Oh, surely. I'll adjourn the matter September 6th. 2024,
3 p.m.
3 p.m. See, he's always so pleasant. So unlike Ann, and unlike some of the people here, I was so happy to see him go. I really was. So thank you, Cal. And I've got treatment, and I don't know. Who knows what's gonna happen there. Jacob Property Management versus Justin Reeves.
Jacob Burger on behalf of the plan.
I think I saw,
Oh, he's there.
who's there? Justin Reeves? Oh, there he is, I think.
Hi, I'm calling
Mr.
in
Reeves?
an airway emergency to 4814 4D. Yes,
No, he's not.
yes.
Let me pass it. I don't
4D,
know
yes,
what he's
please.
into. Court does call the case.
48.
Gil Stanford, you can mute him.
Yeah.
Gil Stanford versus Susie Norman. She's right there. I saw her sitting there all the time. I was just about to ask you the same thing. How are you doing? Are you? You're a lot less stressed than the last time.
I listened to your judgment and I took that under advisement and I followed through with it. So I'm safe to breathe.
Did you? So you took the last few days and the last almost 30 days and you just took a breath.
I did, except there's always an exception. On the 13th, when Mr. Stanford came over and cornered me off and asked me when I was leaving. So that was my break in my 30-day rest period.
And I'm presuming, counsel, you know nothing about that.
Your Honor, I was told my client went to the property to do some repairs with notice.
Okay.
I
All right.
received the email from Ms. Norman. I did. We addressed it. Notices.
Got it. Okay. So now, where are we now on this case?
Yeah, if I may, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
In speaking with Ms. Norman, we come to terms, I think that rough terms for an additional dismissal. Ms. Norman will be returning the property by the 20th and escrow should be released.
You're gonna leave.
I tentatively accepted a position. I speak with them today at 2 Pacific Standard Time in Seattle at Swedish Province in the ICU. So
You're gonna move everybody to Seattle? It's really damp and moist out there.
150 days out of the year is supposed to rain.
It's I know, the hair. That's what happened to me. It got damp, everything fell out. All right, so I'm just telling you, but good luck.
It's exciting.
No, I shouldn't say that. See, it's a beautiful part of the country. It really is.
My teenager is excited for Nintendo.
Pardon?
My teenager, my daughter's 14, and she's excited because Nintendo headquarters is out
Yes,
there. So
yeah.
we're excited about that. And I
Okay.
did talk to Mr. McCurdy about that. I was wondering about the security deposit though. I know that I did have money in escrow that will be released to him, I'm sure. But there's been, just a few issues. I was just wondering about that.
Okay, the security deposit is returned in accordance with the Security Deposit Act. All right, and it's typically not part of a case such as this.
Okay.
The important thing for the tenant, without giving legal advice, is to make sure that you give within 4 days, I think it is, a written notice of a forwarding address.
Oh, 4 days from today.
4 days from the time that you vacate the premises.
Okay.
All right, so as soon as you know forwarding address, provide it to the plaintiff.
Okay.
All right, because that's where all, that triggers all notices and other things to be said. Okay, so my understanding of the terms of the conditional dismissal, you're gonna vacate by September 20th.
That is the goal. I talked to them because I didn't want to put anything in stone with them in pen. Because I was talking here in court before I was talking to them today, so.
Okay.
Orientation.
No, stop.
Okay.
The position, you don't know that it's been offered.
It has,
Okay,
it has,
but you have to talk to them to accept it.
to finalize it. It's just they ask for orientation dates.
I know.
So my
Okay.
orientation date in my mind is the 23rd of September. And that's what I'm gonna tell them today. I need to find out.
But if they say something, okay.
Actually,
No, hold on. I'm gonna turn it out 1 week. That way you can have your employment plan solidified. You can make sure of that before we put this all in. It won't mess anything up. I just want to make sure that you've got everything in place. I'm sure that's the way we're gonna do it. What time? 3 p.m. We'll do it next week. You'll have all of that part solidified. I'll feel much more comfortable signing a conditional order of dismissal. You'll know exactly when you're leaving, exactly when your orientation date, all those dates which are critical to the conditional order of dismissal, and then we'll be finished. It doesn't change anything. It just makes things solidified on your behalf.
Okay, well,
You just what?
I just didn't want, because we had.
He's got to come back anyway. He's got to come back anyway, so don't worry about that.
Okay.
All right?
Okay, but yeah, looking forward to it, doing it, yeah.
Just,
As much as I love being in this courtroom.
oh, I see. So it really wasn't about anything, but you didn't want to come back and see me. No, it's okay. I don't take things personally. I really don't. Get out. No, I'm kidding. We'll see. I am so, you don't want to know what? I am so glad, in all seriousness, just as a person, I am so glad to see you smiling and just being relaxed about things and not being so stressed. Because when you were here last time, truly, you weren't doing the things to take care of yourself. And that wasn't good.
I appreciate that because you read me like a book.
Yeah, I have a tendency to do that to people.
It is a talent, sir.
Well, thank you.
You're great at it.
I try.
Thank you for your help and your time, and I'll see you next week and go finish.
And I'll just say one other thing. You can thank that man behind you too, because he could see it, he felt it. And when I told him what I was going to do, because that was a long adjournment, he just nodded because he understood it. So it was, he is, and it was just it's good to have, there are a lot of jokes and things made about lawyers and people in the legal system. But I think certainly when I saw Mr. Mukherjee, he just nodded and didn't object, jump up and down and screamed, even for the purposes of the record, because he understood. That's kind of the best thing that this profession has to offer in terms of that grace. So.
Love that. Thank you so much.
All right. Take care of yourself. And really think about the dampness. It's really, I'm just saying. Thank you. Let me recall this one real quick. Jacobs Property Management versus Reeves.
Justin Reeves here.
Okay, there he is. Okay. You were in the middle of something, so I passed it. Okay,
Thank
where
you.
are we on this?
Mr. Reeves has got his
balance under 3,000, we're expecting a check from Tom.
Really? They said they were sending that out?
Yes.
Okay, did they say when that might happen?
They said within 2 weeks of, Monday.
Okay, and then we still have to work on September, or how's that?
So if we could adjourn this out to the end of September, it'll be.
Okay. You have a problem with that, sir?
No, sir.
All right, then I'll adjourn this to September 27th, 2024 at. What was that? What? 2 p.m.? At 2 p.m. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Is that it for you, counsel? Oh, did you? Is this it? Okay. 10264 Avondale Management LLC versus Francisca Burks. Oh, now you moved to the other. Okay. Go ahead. And parties earns them. Not sure we're there. Okay. What are we doing on this?
Well, Your Honor, since the last time we were here, as of this Monday, the house is no longer inhabitable. Because there was a leak of some sort, and as to what the cause or what the, who's at fault or whatever, it's not been determined as of yet because it's so new. Regardless, the defendant is out of the house, the property needs to be remediated because of the nature of the loss, and she is the defendant, and I think her family are now out of the house. So we're just simply seeking possession and giving the defendants time to get out, and that's pretty much it. Oh, and the turnover of the money that was escrowed for July's rent. So at this point, that's all we're looking for.
Your Honor, we're actually probably pretty close to an agreement for a conditional dismissal, but let me just say, my client has 4 children. Monday was the first day of school. She came home. There was a leak over the weekend. She came home to see that ceiling collapse, first floor ceiling collapse on all of their possessions. There was a leak of sewage, and the house has gotten a danger uninhabitable sticker placed on it. So from our perspective, my client's rights perspective, there's an issue, and we would like to resolve it, but there's money been put, rent has been placed on escrow. We filed an answer. We've made counterclaims, and we're close to, I think, closer than we think to a conditional dismissal, but right now.
And counsel has asked for a 1-week adjournment, Your Honor. I'm not really sure what that would accomplish. Regardless, in the event that the court did entertain the adjournment, what I would ask is that all parties be ordered to cooperate when communicating with the respective insurance companies. My understanding is the defendant had renters insurance. My clients have homeowners insurance. Belfour, who's a remediation company, is already on site, and they're moving forward and issuing report in the future. So everything is being taken care of, but there is obviously this kind of stuff needs to be remediated. My client is getting calls from the renters insurance company because the defendant, is not returning phone calls. So if we're going to adjourn it, that's fine, but need communication, because this is a serious situation that needs to be resolved. The longer that property sits with that kind of waste in it, there's a possibility of toxic mold that's going to cause even more problems.
So Your Honor, my also states that the plaintiff has not been communicating with their insurance party. We've emailed plaintiff attorney, and last week plaintiff attorney was out, I think, until sometime this week. And there was a communication issue between all parties. Maybe I suggest that notice be given to the attorneys directly, so we can.
That's what I was gonna suggest. And then that way that works, and then we're done. So I also think that Well, the 6th would be okay. I think that's probably a little bit advantageous for you guys being able to be in a position and posture to do that. I'm gonna put this out to the 13th.
That, sure. At this point, I mean, the property is where it's at.
Your Honor, on the, would there be a possibility to go beyond 13th because, because I have doctor's appointment?
I mean, the property is where it is and they gotta get that cleaned up and gotta do whatever. So I don't think much is gonna change. September 20th. That works, 2024 at 1 p.m.
In
That
the
works.
interim, money that was escrowed for July, can that be released?
Well, I'm gonna hold, I don't think there was an agreement to release that. I'm gonna hold that until we can figure out exactly what happened and who's gonna take what. Touch and touch. So, all right.
The court is ordering that the communication to the insurance or for the respective insurance fund for counsel, but
I'm gonna say, you guys use your common sense. You guys are attorneys. You guys figure out how to get your clients to communicate with each other. I don't think I should be in the posture of ordering it.
I'm not worried about them communicating with each other. It's the insurance company.
I don't worry about insurance companies. Just in principle. All right, thanks. Have a good holiday. Ridgewood Apartments versus Jaquavius Carroll. Yeah, I was fine up until about, Jaquavius Carroll. Not here. Would you like to take a default, sir? Raise your right hand. You solemnly swear or affirm testimony you're about to give will be the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth up got.
I do, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Your Honor, this action is a possession and money judgment. Mr. Carroll did appear last week via Zoom. We are asking for an equal judgment of possession and for money. Rent to retain $3,517.04, $223.50 in court costs. Total to retain $3,740.54. Same amounts for the money judgment, Your Honor.
Judgment to the plaintiff, that is by default for possession and money. Redemption amount is in the amount requested. With the writ to issue in 10 days.
Thank you, Your Honor. Have a great weekend.
You do the same. TDM of Monroe versus Amanda Manning.
No counsel on either side.
No counsel on either side. Your name?
Kevin Becker.
Okay, your name. Okay, did we go through this the last time? What is TDM?
It was just a couple of me and my mother owned the property. We discussed that.
Yeah, but was it? I usually have a note on that. Was it an LLC? Was it an assumed name?
Yes, sir.
Was it an assumed name registered with? Was it in Washington that it was? Okay. I'll let you go ahead. I knew we had come to some conclusion, but let me see that. All right. I granted the motion to set aside the judgment. Where are we now, folks?
I called the court yesterday because the guy told me, so she still owes me $2,300.
I paid him $1,200 on July 19th.
Right, August came in, so it's still the $2,300.
I have $1,200 in escrow for August's rent, sir. And I have $800 I discussed with Mr. Decker previously handled this works. But they will not release the funds until I let them know that the rent is still left.
That the writ's been lifted. Oh, until, well, hold on a second. And when they say the writ's lifted, what do they mean?
Like, letting them know that I'm not being thrown out of the house.
You're not being thrown out. I mean, the writ, I don't know, did he even file it?
He did.
I did.
After I gave him money.
Hold on, oh. Stop. Everybody. Just looking for the writ. He did. That was on July 26th. But I set aside the case, the judgment, so we're at square one in any event.
Okay.
In terms of adding it up. So I don't know what they.
$5. We're back rent, and starting Sunday, it'll be Friday.
You done? Are you done? Are you done interrupting me? The folks that are giving the additional money, what do they need?
I just need something showing them that this stuff has been set aside, even if it's saying that we're starting at square one of what I owe. That's when they'll help me with the $800.
Okay. If they need something, you can tell them to email and we'll provide something to them indicating that they're writ. Okay. So as we sit here today, how much, I must hate asking, how much do you think you owe through August?
Well, without them helping me with the $800, I would say $1,000. Well, $1,005.
$1,005.
That's without them getting the money from social services.
Without the money from social services, you're $1,005. I'll come back to you. Hold on. I'll come back to you in a moment. How much are you saying she owes as of today?
$2,305 with the court costs you said I could charge last time.
I just asked for a number.
Sorry, Your Honor. I'm trying to be sure that that's okay. I'm not trying to, I don't want to.
Like words? All right. So it seems to me that the distinction between the two, your figure did not include.
That what you have in the escrow.
Why is everybody finishing my sentence? Am I talking that slow that people have to interrupt me today? Alan, you have not interrupted me all day. I know. I don't know why everybody else can't learn. Okay. So here's the magic of this. You're saying 2305. You're saying 1,005. You have 1,200 in escrow. And gee, look what happens, people. You guys are only $100 off. You guys have said more than $100 worth of words I did not need to hear since you've been up here. So you need to get so once they know the 800's there, and then that means that I'm still 205, maybe 305 short. Right? You can pay that today? You have that in cash or?
I have both the ATM, but.
Okay. So how much can you put into escrow today?
Whichever I don't know if it's 205, 305.
Why don't you put 305? All right, that way we're there. What's the monthly rent? 1,200?
Yes, sir.
All right. So now what's your plan for September?
I can have it by next week.
So you can have September by next week? All right, so let me just say. If you put that amount in escrow, then by next week you'll have this September rent you can put in escrow. If I adjourn this out a week, we can come back. This whole thing can go away where it's dismissed. I release the escrow to you once we agree on a figure and we're done. That sound like something that can happen, folks?
Yes, Your Honor. Could I ask you something?
Sure. She's been having what?
Fires. I don't have insurance for that.
That was the paper. I'm not gonna fire. That's like in.
Who the heck is Mike and Kim? Who? Okay, people. All right, listen. There are fires on your property. You're saying you didn't do that.
It's a duplex, there's another apartment.
Ah.
They have fires like every other day. I've never had a fire on there.
Is that your tenant? The other people in the duplex or? Huh?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so. Did you talk to them about the fires?
Neighbors saw them and
So.
the day the fire occurred, the only time I saw it happen was where I had a fire. It's a 3-acre property. They were off. It's not on a separate parcel.
Okay.
Where the fire is. They saw our children out there that evening. There was quite a few of them, and they had.
How old are your children?
I have a 15-year-old, 14-year-old, 11-year-old, a 10-year-old, and a 9.
They're attracted to fire. I mean,
If they went out,
they would have seen the fire and they would have headed toward it. That's just kids. That doesn't mean she's doing it. She's represented in court. It's not her doing the fires, it's your other tenant. So that's who you need to go talk to. Okay, so you're going to put, you're going to put 305. Is that what we decided? Yes. 305 into escrow. Okay. And then the 800 would be coming through. And then we should be sure on that. And then you're going to put your September rent, which is, what did we say it was? 1,200 plus 1,200. What day would you put that in?
I can get on Friday, so it'll be on the 6th.
On the 6th. Okay, by the 6th. Okay. And then I'll adjourn this to September 6th, 2024 at 3 p.m. So get that into escrow. Put the September plus the other money into escrow before that point, so we know it's there, then we can get this case. Thank you, folks. Everybody have a great weekend. What is this? Where's Mr. Thomas's case?
He's never signed in.
The guy didn't?
Yeah, I mean, if you'd like to recall that one.
That's SC Holdings.
Yeah, yes.
SC Holdings versus Andre Harris.
Here, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Harris did not sign in, even though we sent it. So what would you like to do? Would you like to take a default or?
Well, Your Honor, there's a couple things going on. He's the gentleman that called in indicating he had car trouble.
Yes.
I don't feel great about defaulting somebody who's having car trouble.
Okay. So what I'll do is I'll adjourn this to September 6th, 2024 at
3 p.m.
3 p.m. We did send in the Zoom link information, but he hasn't signed it. Okay.
Your Honor, there's one more issue on this case, but I'm wondering if this is the time and place to talk about it.
Wait, not without the other side.
Correct. You
Could it wait
brought up,
until
we
the
brought up a
6th?
venue issue last time we were in court.
Oh, yes, we did. And did you figure that out?
I have figured it out to a point.
Okay.
I can't find I know there's legislation somewhere that says that there's a pocket, or there's concurrent jurisdiction, between parts of Milan. It came up it came up in front of Your Honor in the context of a misdemeanor prosecution.
Correct.
Because I tried to get smart and raise it, and Your Honor said, no, there's legislation that's directly on point, which now I can't find.
Yes, that would be in the new court rules.
Okay.
4201, which
So
specifically addresses venue on summary proceedings actions.
Okay. Then that's where I'll look.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Lynn King versus Sean Cummings.
There's no attorneys on either side. That either party.
Neither party's here. Where she called out of town, can't come, says tenant applied for Hawk, asking for adjournment. Not a problem. What day?
The 6th.
September 6th, 2024, 3 p.m. Okay. That was easy. Darren Bowe versus Monica Kernet.
Hi, Your Honor.
Hello.
She's here.
Darren Bowe.
Yes, Your Honor.
Got you. And Monica, where are you? No, I see there on, you know what, Ann? Can you prompt her to see if she'll answer? This criminal. I still have Monica.
But she's not connected.
She's not connected. Okay, Mr. Bowe, we'll have to wait a second. Got to get the other side connected to audio. We're in, okay?
Okay.
All right. Court of passed that matter. Court does call the case, people, State of Michigan versus Brett Thompson.
Jessica Blanche-Perrin, on behalf of
Good afternoon, Your Honor. We're Deputy Assistant Public Defender on behalf of Mr. Thompson, but not with.
Yeah.
And Your Honor, I have been in communication with Mr. Thompson. He is clearly not physically here. I did not give him the information because my understanding was this was scheduled to be in person. So
yes.
I'm happy to give him the Zoom information if the court wishes, but I didn't give him the Zoom information as of yet. So.
All right. Well, here's what I'm going to do. Because just so that it's clear, what's contained in the people's motion, the court went back and looked at the tape. It's all verified that as to what the defendant misrepresented to the court. Also, that there is a criminal proceeding that it looks as occurring in North Carolina, which was his reason, and not the spreading of his mother's ashes. So all travel privileges that this court granted the defendant are hereby revoked. The court will deal with his I guess misrepresentations to the court. Another hearing. He's set for the 24th before Judge Washington.
Hi. Hello.
Hello. Who are you?
Hi, this is Monica, Monica Kerna. I'm sorry.
Okay, just hold on for a second. I'm in the middle of another case, ma'am.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought it said my name a second ago.
And so I'll deal with it before Judge Washington's preliminary examination, which is set for September 24th. So I'll call it a contempt hearing for his lying to the court. I'll set that for the 12th. Well, hold on, I'll set it for the 12th, that way. Yes, contempt hearing will be set for September 12th, 2024, 3 p.m.
Yes.
At this time, defendant's bound. All right.
Thank you, Your Honor.
folks. You guys have a great weekend, wonderful holiday.
You too.
Then recall the case of Darren Bowe versus Kernan. She's still there?
Yeah.
Okay. This is a termination of tenancy case. Is that correct?
I
Mr.
believe
Bowe?
so.
Yeah. Yes.
It's correct. It's the termination of tenancy.
Yes, that's correct, sir.
Is there a lease?
Yes, there was. Yes, there was a lease. There is a lease.
What's the basis then to terminate?
It's like I stated last time that the water bill that she agreed to on the lease and her portion of the rent has not been paid.
Okay.
And you stated before that it should have been a different form, like a 7-day or something like that.
Well, it should be a different type of case. Because based upon those allegations, I don't think you have a basis to terminate her tenancy when I look at the lease.
Okay, Your Honor. So I guess I need to start all over again with a 7-day notice.
You know, I'm going to tell you that's what I would suggest if you're looking for payment. And then maybe in the interim, you can work it out. But it would have to be started over or something else because it can't.
Can I say
Because
something?
of the way that you did it, you can't even really amend the complaint in this case to make it match up.
Okay.
To the right thing. Okay.
What were you going to say?
So I getting, the Section 8, well, they haven't adjusted my income since my last job. So I've been way overpaying my rent payment anyways. And I mean, I really couldn't afford to pay it the last 3 months. So I had to eat, my kid had to eat, you know what I mean?
So you have Section 8?
Yeah.
Who administers your Section 8?
RPI, or are you talking about the management?
All right,
or...
stop there. Stop, just stop. Okay. This actually may work out for both of you. Okay. Because I think, Mr. Bowe, you really want the rent and the other stuff paid. But something tells me something's going on with the Section 8. And what she just said becomes an issue. All right. So, Mr. Bowe, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to adjourn this to the 13th, 2024 at 12 noon. And I'll tell you, no, I don't want to adjourn it. I'm just going to adjourn it. I may dismiss it at that point in time, but I want to get something else started before then.
May I say one more thing? I met with, you put me in the briefing or whatever last week, and I started working with somebody through SOS. And on top of that, Section 8 already gave me a voucher to move out. My voucher expires the 31st of October, and I mean, I'm gonna do my all to even be out before that. So, I mean, I just need, at least a month and a half or two just to find a place, I guess.
But have you followed up with the people at SOS?
Yeah, the girl and I just met on Wednesday, and I mean, and I just took a leave of absence for my class and everything too. That way I could get this all done and taken care of. But her name's Grace, I think. She said just to ask for a little bit more time here.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing. Okay, so Mr. Bo, you look confused. So I'm not going to dismiss your case right now, okay? What I'm going to do, there may be a problem. I'm almost can guarantee it, that there's a problem with the people administering her Section 8, which may result, I can't guarantee it to you, which may result in the proper monies being paid to you once everything gets adjusted. I'd like to give that a shot to see if we can get that done. Because what it sounds like to me is it may not be your tenant's fault on that.
Okay, I have
Okay.
one.
It's really not.
I have one question, Your Honor. While we're waiting, can I file my 7-day notice? I don't want to let a whole month.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I'm just trying to keep the case alive here, but yeah, you can give her a 7-day.
Okay.
And
Okay.
actually,
So what
you
happens with the
giving
7-day
her,
notice, because I have nowhere to go?
no, miss, hold on. He's just doing that to preserve his rights to do this, okay?
Okay.
To proceed with a non-payment case. Ma'am, I'm gonna tell you something.
I understand.
Hang on. It may be to your benefit that he does that because you're gonna need something to show that something hasn't been paid,
Okay, I understand.
okay? So, and the other thing is, don't get worried, okay? You hear me?
Yeah, I hear you. I'm listening.
Because once he does that, he's gotta come back and through here again, if that's what he wants to do. All right?
Okay.
But I think if the process that you started, I don't think he's gonna need to necessarily do that.
I just wanted
All
to
right.
make sure it wasn't something that just wanted to make sure it was wasn't anything that like I absolutely had to do, like or be out.
No, you don't have to do anything until I tell you to do something.
Okay.
And Mr. Bo's not gonna force me to tell you anything.
I understand.
All right?
Okay. Well, thank you.
Okay. All right. You guys do that. We'll see you on the 13th, and maybe we can get at least a good portion of this, the issue here worked out, okay?
Okay, what time, Your Honor, on the 13th?
What did I say? 12 noon.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank
You guys
you.
have a great weekend. Wonderful holiday, please.
You do
You as
you do
well,
the
bye-bye.
same.
All right.
Bye.
All right. Tired. I got one more block. You got to play that. How many people are in that block? Okay, you got to play that. I'm gonna step off. Let you do. Who are they? I'm kidding. Oh, there's somebody over in the section.
Housing access for
Just waiting for your attorney. There's her audio. All right, in jail there, your name, please.
Emily Costner.
All right, Ms. Costner, it's a misdemeanor file 243478ST. I'm going to go ahead and read this to you.
Beth Strasser on behalf of Ms. Costner for the purpose of arraignment. We have reviewed the charging document and waive a formal reading. She's entering a plea of not guilty. We did conduct a screen for indigency and found she does qualify, so she will be receiving a court-appointed attorney. We request this matter be set for pretrial and trial.
Okay. Is this the only matter that you're in jail on, ma'am?
No, it is not. She has a hold out of Ottawa County.
All right. So do you want a PR bond on this or a low cash surety?
PR bond, please.
All right. So it's $500 PR bond. You're not in jail on this case, although you may not get released because you have other matters. That's no driving without a valid driver's license, but you do have an attorney on this with the public defender's office. You will get a new court date in courtroom B in front of Judge Pillarden, but you're all set for today. Thank you. Good afternoon, your name?
Corby Frisbee.
All right, Mr. Frisbee, looks like you have multiple files here. Let's see. Misdemeanor, felony. We'll start with the felony file 242816FY. I'm going to read it to you.
Beth Strasser on behalf of Mr. Frisbee for the purpose of arraignment. We have reviewed all charging documents and waive all formal readings. We did conduct a screen for indigency and found he does qualify, so he will be receiving a court-appointed attorney. We request this matter be set for probable cause and preliminary exam.
So, sir, you will have the public defender on this matter. As far as this case goes, your bond is set in the amount of $1,000 as cash or surety. You already have next court dates on this. You have probable cause conference on September 12th in courtroom A, and a prelim set, a preliminary hearing, September 17th, courtroom B in front of Judge Pillarden. You will get copies of those dates and times. You must show up for those dates and times. And then your other matters, looks like you have to appear at a pretrial on no valid license. So that one you've already been arraigned, but you do need to be arraigned on 241797SM.
We waive a formal reading in that matter as well. He is entering a plea of not guilty, and we will extend representation on that file as well.
Okay, so you will have the public defender on this as well. Now, do you want to have PR bond on your misdemeanors? You only have to make bond on your felony, or do you want me to give you a low cash surety on your misdemeanors so that if you're sitting on the felony, you get credit for these misdemeanors as well? I do that either way, sir. What do you prefer?
I was trying to get PR bond on the felonies. And
you're a habitual offender fourth, sir, with 2 different felonies. You're not going to get a PR bond. $1,000 cash surety is low.
Yeah, I agree. I understand that. Okay. I can come up with the $100. So let's do the misdemeanors. Or wait, what did you say?
PR bonds on the misdemeanors.
Yes, sir.
All right. So you won't be getting credit for time served on them. All right. So $500 PR bond on the retail fraud third, and then no valid license. You lost the cash bond you posted, but I will reinstitute this as a PR $500 PR bond on this. And so you have, let's see here, you're going to get a pretrial on this because you've already been arraigned. Yes. So you're going to have different dates here. You're going to have misdemeanor dates and you're going to have felony dates. You need to keep all that straight, especially if you bond out on the felony. All right. But the misdemeanor cases are both up in courtroom B in front of Judge Pillarden. You're all set. Anything further, Ms. Strasser?
Nothing further. Thank you.
Okay. You're all set. Good afternoon. Your name?
Mary Jane Corelli.
Ms. Corelli, have you been fingerprinted?
Yes, I have.
Okay, there's just a big old note on my file to make sure that. This is a new case, file 241341 FY. It's felony. I'm going to read it to you.
Tess Strasser, on behalf of Ms. Curley, for the purpose of arraignment, we have reviewed the charging document and waive a formal reading. We did conduct a screen for indigency, but Ms. Curley has already retained private counsel for this matter. On her behalf, we still request it be set for probable cause and preliminary exam.
All right, so ma'am, you are going to be retaining your own attorney on this, correct?
I already have him retained for Van Buren. I have Gary Stewart retained there.
Okay.
So.
But I want to be sure on what we're clear about, because he does appointed cases too. They didn't give them to you for free, right? When you say retain, you mean you
I
hired him?
hired him, yes. I have a $10,000 retainer with him right now.
All right. So on this one, you actually have a $2,000 cash or surety bond.
Yep.
You gonna be able to make that?
I'm hopeful. I'm not sure. I should be able to those. I just have to be able to get through to people.
All right, I will lower it to $1,000 cash surety. You're habitual offender
Thank
fourth
you
as
very
well,
much.
but that's what I just did for the guy in front of
That's
me.
it. Yes.
We'll do that here. That is going
Thank you
to
very
be, because I believe this is a vehicle case, no driving without a valid driver's license, all right? So on your felony, you already have next court dates, September 12th for probable cause conference, preliminary hearing September 17th in courtroom B in front of Judge Belargin. You'll get that set of dates. And then your other file here is a misdemeanor, no valid license that she needed to be arraigned on as well. Did you get a chance to review this one from March 14th?
I was told that that case was defaulted, and I was been sentenced to fines.
Sure, but you can't be defaulted on a misdemeanor. You can only be defaulted on tickets. So you may have gotten, let's see here. Yeah, you did have a ticket, a disobeyed traffic control device. I'm sure you got defaulted on that. But the misdemeanor is still alive to either plead to it or have a trial. But you already posted $300 cash bond on that. So you're not in jail on that one. All right?
Okay.
But you do need to be arraigned. All right? So I'm going to read it to you. It says March 14th of this year on Blue Star Highway there in Fillmore Township, you were operating without a driver's license. That is a misdemeanor. It's punishable by up to 90 days in jail and or $300 fines and costs. Understanding that, how do you plead?
Guilty.
Okay, I mean, you could plead guilty right now in front of me. You would just get fines and costs. But if you already have a felony that you're going to take to the prosecutor to see what kind of deal they're going to offer you, you might as well take all your stuff to that. You understand what I'm saying? Make sense? Why you maybe want to plead not guilty at this time? All right.
So now.
And then, you know, Mr. Stewart will understand. You should make sure you tell Mr. Stewart you also have a misdemeanor floating around so he can deal with it. But you're all set. You just need a $1,000 cash surety bond.
All right, thank you.
Yeah. Good afternoon, sir. Your name?
Perez.
Mr. Perez, this is a misdemeanor file 243497SM. I'm going to go ahead and read this to you.
Tess Strasser, on behalf of Mr. Perez, for the purpose of arraignment, we have reviewed the charging document and waive a formal reading. He's entering a plea of not guilty. We did conduct a screen for indigency and found he does qualify, so he will be receiving a court-appointed attorney. Request this be set for pretrial and trial. We would also request this be amended to a cash or surety bond. Mr. Perez has an out date out of Allegan Jail December 17th, so we would ask that it be amended so that he can get credit for this while he's in there.
Okay, and you understand why we do that, right?
Yeah.
Sir?
Yes.
Okay, so I'll change that to $100 cash surety. So you're not out of jail on this. You'd have to post that bond, but if you're sitting in jail anyway, you get credit. You do have the public defender as your attorney. You'll get a next court date in courtroom A in front of Judge Stoffels, but you're all set with what we need to do here today.
All right, thank you.
Good afternoon, your name?
Evan Wheeler.
Wheeler, you have multiple files here in front of me. We start with the misdemeanor file here, 241624SM. Gonna read it to you.
Tess Strasser on behalf of Mr. Wheeler for the purpose of arraignment. We have reviewed the charging document and waive a formal reading, centering a plea of not guilty. We did conduct a screen for indigency and found he does qualify, so he will be receiving a court-appointed attorney. We request this matter be set for pre-trial and trial. Also, Your Honor, I would like to say this is the only file I have in this matter for Mr. Wheeler.
Yes,
today.
he has counsel representing him on the other file.
Okay.
Okay, so, and maybe, sir, maybe that would make more sense. We'll start with this. You have your felony file. You've already been arraigned on it, 240121FY, but you didn't show up at probable cause conference. That's why your bond on that, that's in other words, really, that's why you're sitting in jail, was set at $1,000 cash or surety. And so this attorney, I'm assuming you hired this attorney? Oh, no, that's the public defender's office. Do you still have Jason Seifert?
I believe, I don't know,
I have that on April 2nd, and on April 3rd, I have Chad Catalina, which is public defender. So what happened with your retained attorney?
I'm not sure.
Okay. So Tess, you may want to, if you want to write down that case number.
Case number, I
guys
did
might
see
actually-
Jason Seifert as his attorney on it. Is he a roster? I'm not familiar with the roster attorneys.
I don't think so.
Okay, I can check and see if
Because they're
that.
out of Grand Rapids. So they wouldn't be on our roster attorney.
No, they are not.
But
Okay,
I
then
do
will get
see
someone-
a proof of service that was sent to your office. That's just what I was confused about. So on this, sir, this will get reset or has already been reset. No, it's scheduled for review. So they're gonna have to give you dates on this for a probable cause conference, since you missed the probable cause conference before. But you have a $1,000 cash surety bond on this now. And so on your misdemeanor, I'll do one of two things. I'll either give you a PR bond, so you only have to make the $1,000 cash surety on the felony, or if you think you're not gonna make that bond, I'll give you a low cash surety on the misdemeanor, so at least you'd be getting time served on it if you're just gonna be sitting in jail anyway. I'd do either one of those two that you want.
I'll probably go with I think I can make the bond, so.
Okay,
if
so
I have to.
on this, we'll do a $500 PR bond. So you're not in jail on your misdemeanor. You're gonna get a separate court date in courtroom B in front of Judge Pelargin for that. You're also gonna get new dates on your felony case, but that one you do have a bond you need to make. You're all set.
All right. How much is the bond for that one?
$1,000 cash surety means you'd have to come up with 10% or $100 in cash, and you work out the rest of the bonds.
All right, thank you.
I don't have a file on them. Don't have a file. Because I bet you that's them calling in.
Yep.
So let me call down. Who do you think's a good bet here? I usually just bug Michelle for that, but she's not there. She's listening in. No, she's not up, so. She's gone down.
Carol.
We're gonna get you out of here in time for Labor Day. Court calls the case of Maria Finney versus Brooke Sedone and Peter Stone. Nope.
Okay.
Okay, yes, I will. You've been really bossy, excuse me. Really bossy today. No, you've just been bossy. Hi, hello. State your names, please. Okay. So first thing, I was informed that Mr. Drukas, who's your attorney, had withdrawn. Okay, so the last time that we were here, so that just housekeeping, I had allowed Mr. Friedman to withdraw. We actually did not address Mr. Drukas withdrawing. Okay, I see my staff, my wonderful staff, who's kept me going all day. Look back in the file, and we see that signed off by the two of you, but it really wasn't a motion before the court, so I didn't get the order allowing him to withdraw. However, I will now take care of that since you're here, and I will sign it. Okay, so we got that corrected. All right, you are the defendants on the case, and where are we on this case? 2 years now.
Oh, yeah, so, the last, we were supposed to have a meeting with the mediator, Mr. Riddell. And we did have that meeting in Mr. Drugas' office. Mr. Friedman and Mr. Riddell were over Zoom. And so, end of that meeting was that Mr. Riddell was supposed to look over the insurance documents that we had, showing that the insurance money was cleared through Maria's bank and match those up with the amounts of the loss of our items and her items. And we had a list of them all separated, but we hadn't heard anything. We just provided all the information and we do have all the information.
So just so that I'm clear, were you supposed to get, depending on how that turned out, some of the insurance proceeds? That's what I thought.
$30,000.
Pardon?
$30,000.
That was the amount of damaged items.
Of your damage.
I don't know that it went back to Maria's home from Sunwell, after we moved out.
That we never received.
Say that again.
So we have about 20,000 of items that came back from Sunwell that were cleaned to Maria's house. It was some of her things and some of our things. We received pictures. I spoke with the manager there of all the things, and we separated those as well and gave them to the attorney and have that as well.
But nothing came.
Oh, but nothing came back to us.
She's not here.
We thought Mr. Friedman was here for him.
No, because
Confused, so.
I actually, the last time that we were here, I allowed Mr. Friedman to withdraw because his actually came to me as a motion to withdraw on that case.
Yeah, we thought she rehired him. That's why we thought he was here so late. No, so we have no idea why she's not here.
And you have, I think, a counterclaim to try to get some of that back.
Yeah, there's money in the courts, there's,
That was during the time.
yeah, there's an escrow in the courts of 5,200, I think.
Yes, that you paid in.
Yeah, we paid it.
Right, because I closed out some of those, paid that over. And then there's $5,263.17 open, which is what you paid in. All right. So I don't have a report or anything regarding mediation.
Did contact Mr. Riddell. And Mr. Friedman was on vacation, so he was gonna get back to us, and then that didn't happen. The last thing I knew, he was asking our lawyer for the email again of all the documents that got together for another review. So, yeah, that's.
We've been going back to their office for 2 years trying to get this settled for you, or for us, you know, and they won't even call us back. They won't even.
You mean Mr. Burdell?
Yeah, even Mr. Drew just quit calling us back after so long. That's why when he asked to withdraw, we were kind of happy that he did because he was not doing us no good. He wouldn't put in no motions for us. We asked him over 10 times to put in motions for us. We asked him to call Mr. Burdell again, those proceedings, a forward email again with all the listing of items that shows that it was our belongings. Like we tried doing this for 2 years now, and it just, you know, when we got the court date that he wanted to withdraw, that brought us back into court.
Gotcha. Okay, let me ask you this, folks. What would you like me to do? Huh?
I feel like that's the reason why she did today is because
She wants you to make the
she
decision.
wants me to make the decision.
Who does?
Because this is her mother in the case.
Yeah,
Yes.
I honestly think this is the reason why she did not.
When you say that, she wants you to make the decision of what, do you think?
So the last time we spoke with her mom, she was saying that there was a $2,700 difference. Like that's all that she was worried about. She was saying that she paid us $2,700. Okay, that's the last thing we knew. That's why we were in mediation, because we couldn't just figure it out. We'll take off that $2,700 that she thinks we owe her. She owes us the balance of the rest, the remainder. And we would like our belongings that are back at her porch. And we would like the money that's owed to us. That's, you know, we had to replace everything. Like, we have 6 children. All them belongings that were in the basement were like my son's, he went to the Marines, and all his like baby blanket, his TV, his computer, his Xbox, all that got ruined. And we can't replace that for him, you know, and it's like all the belongings, like all my suits got ruined, my jeans got ruined, my ties, like I had to throw all this stuff out there with years of collecting, you know, and it's hard to collect that with 6
Stuff
kids.
that we use for our
Yeah.
business. We
Yeah.
have to have those things for.
And if we just, you know, and then when we asked for our belongings, or when we asked for the said money that she got paid, it started a big downfall. She entered the premises without permission and started hitting me. We had to call the police on her. Then after we vacated the premises, we had a pod on the unit, storage pod on the property. She cut the lock off it, poured gasoline and cat litter all our stuff in there. We're not even asking for that money. We're not even asking for the money that pods cost us for cutting the lock off. And then we had a car on the property. She towed as well. Sorry.
So he already got this information.
Okay. Oh, and I don't know.
And it was, she had my uncle's
Like
desk.
some of that.
So. I know you're upset, and I know we're upset about this, but. He's asking what we want.
How long have you guys been married?
We just had a
16
16-year
years.
anniversary. Okay, the other.
No, I just asked because just the way that you, well, never mind. You calm him down. You can tell he's getting worked up, and she just, no need to go there. But no, it's nice to see, so I'm just saying that.
I don't know what the situation is from her, and she is my mother, yes. I want our things that came back from Subsidy. We want our things back that are there. The last time I heard it was on her porch. I don't know if she still has it.
Okay, so let me. All right, let's do it this way. Because for you, ma'am, I'm sure I get the sense this is difficult at best, right? You've got your family here on one side and your mom's here, and more than anything, you want to just reconcile. Anyway. You okay? All right. Let's Sure.
I just want her to understand. Want to be able to have her understand why we're going through this. This isn't just, I mean, I worked years making all the money and the things that we have, to have things that we have. So it's not like I'm materialistic where I'm just gonna try to cut off these things that got ruined. It wasn't her fault that I got ruined, but at the same time, the money that came from insurance went to her for our things. And I don't think she's fully understanding that that money was not just to fix the house. It was our things too. And our names were on that. So it's, you know, I just want her to understand that. If anything, she received the money.
You want, and just correct me if I'm wrong. But
First time of it. I mean, if the money that's in escrow, please just go back to us and that go towards us. And the things that she still has for it to come back to us. Because one of the things is there are bed rails for the two ends of a very expensive bed we have. We can at least sell that and make some money back from it. I want her to understand this isn't about me trying to just come at her.
okay,
You know,
okay, so hold on. And what if it were about you doing that?
That's how she's made it seem that everybody on that side of the family. So I don't speak to anybody there anymore.
You lost her whole side of the family.
So.
Nobody talks to us no more. It's terrible.
So, yes, it's also part of me trying to keep my, family. I mean, they're very particular. Like, and if my mom's gonna sit there and say that I did this and that, of course I'm gonna believe them. So I'm trying to prove my space too. So I didn't do anything wrong. I tried to help her house not get ruined by working with the insurance company. But at the meantime, our things got ruined too, so.
We did all the work too. We redid the whole bathroom. We did all that.
Yes, you did the whole
Yeah, I
bathroom.
did the whole bathroom, tile work, new sink, new cabinet, new walls, I did the whole bathroom, the toilet, like everything. And because it was, what was the cost of the issue in the basement was driven from there and rotted the whole floor out. So all had to be replaced. And I redid all the tile that was in the basement that was ruined. It was all asbestos tile. And I had to remove it all, get the dumpster and like throw all parts away, and do all the work ourselves. And I know.
Let me stop you for a minute. And I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna ask you guys to have a seat so we can try to maybe plot out what we want to do on this, okay? And let me try to take care of some of these other folks, get them going, okay? What I want you to think about while I pass your case, what's clear to me is there are a lot of dynamics that are going around in this. All right. Some of the things through the court process, there are certain things that we can do and certain things we can't do. All right. And sometimes you have to make real difficult choices about what you want. So think about just now, what are sort of the most important things for you in terms of what happens here? I mean, what's clear to me in listening to you want the right thing to occur. But I'm not sure you're clear on what that right thing is.
Me about that too. And he's also explained that to me as well. The fact that, yes, I understand that's your mother, but at the same time, they also have to look out for our family. We also have to, those were our things. And I'm like, yes, I understand that.
Okay.
But I guess there's an extent to what I want to ask from her too, because I also don't want her to put her in a bad situation. Because we also.
Okay, but, and so that's what I want you to sit and think about. Really what you want. And then let's figure out how we're gonna move this case forward, okay? All right, I'll pass it for a moment and then let me get these done and then we'll get you back. Absolutely, absolutely. Court does call the case of Arbor Woods versus Nadia Causeway.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
And Go ahead.
Rachel Dornbush, Appellate Law on behalf of the plaintiff. Sorry, Judge.
No, it's okay. And Shannon Cosley.
Nadia Cosley.
All right. Okay, and where are we on this case?
Your Honor, total due with court costs is $5,308.
Wait.
All right, Ms. Cosley,
Yes.
how are you intending on getting that paid?
Okay, can my daughter talk because I have two close-head injuries and dementia? She's right here with me.
Yes, you can
Okay.
talk.
Thank you.
We had contacted the VA social work and Jewish Family Services, and they are both willing to help us pay for it. We've given all our documentation that's been requested, and he said they should get back with us. His name's Tyrone Peterson from the VA. He should get back with us. We should hear something within a week. It might take a couple extra days, but usually within a week because of the holiday.
Okay, so when did you last talk with them?
Today. We sent all the documentation yesterday.
And they said it'd take about 2 weeks to confirm it.
Well, he said a week, that we should hear something within a week.
But with the holiday.
With the holiday weekend, to give it a couple extra days.
But the
Okay, and how much is how much is your monthly rent?
It ranges between $620, I believe, is the base lot rent, and then whatever the water bill is as well. And we do have the lot rent and water bill for this month. We have been paying.
You do?
Yes, we have been paying ever since. And Jewish Services said that they would take over whatever the VA didn't cover. So they would take over the difference. I think there's a limit.
So you got that in the backup. Okay.
Yes.
So let's do this. I want you to get I guess it would really be September lot rent and everything. I need you to get that paid to the landlord.
But we already, yes, we get a money order on the 2nd or 3rd of each month. I think it's going to be Tuesday this week because of.
Okay, so you're going to get that. Okay, just listen to me. I want that lot rent paid directly to the landlord. Okay, and whatever those things are.
Absolutely.
I'm gonna ask about the $50.
And certainly over the objection of plaintiff, but I think I explained this before. The VA is very good about coming through.
After we had a court date last week, Your Honor, with a defendant who's here in another case this afternoon, and it's looking like the VA was able to quickly respond to them. So my hope will be the same for Ms. Cosley, because as I indicated previously, when I spoke with Ms. Cosley, we weren't able to come to a meeting of the minds with respect to the payment arrangement they were requesting and what my client was offering. So if the VA and Jewish Family Services are able to assist, that may be the best outcome here.
That may be it. Okay, so what I'm gonna do, folks, need you to get that lot rent paid.
We need to ask one more question. I'm sorry.
Is there any way that we can put a hold on the account? Right now, we're still getting charged late fees and fines, and I'm afraid in September, they're gonna add another $50 or $100 to that balance.
Okay, just listen. I'm not gonna do that right now, okay, because it's owed, okay? But listen, if it comes down that they're paying it and people are saying, well, they're not entitled to this, or they're gonna pay a certain portion, then we can begin to kind of take a look at what may be those other things, okay?
What other options? All right.
Okay,
All right,
I'm not saying no, but I'm not gonna put a hold on it.
Absolutely,
And it may be a circumstance as the VA, as they come through, it may just pay the whole thing. They may just say, okay, yeah, they had these, and they just pay it.
All right.
Okay?
Yes.
So don't let that stress you out.
Okay.
So I'm gonna adjourn it out 1 week. If you did it today, hopefully we can. I almost want to go 2, but
yeah, I think the 2 would be proper.
Or even like 10 days. I do have to work on the 6th and the 9th.
Do you have to work on the 13th?
The 13th is a Wednesday, correct?
No, that's a Friday also.
Yes, I do have to work on the 13th. I don't have to work on a Wednesday. I believe, or
Well,
Tuesday.
I don't set them like that. It's gonna be on a Friday.
Okay, let me see what my schedule is, because I can look at it right here. Second.
Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna set it for the 13th, because I'm gonna give the VA time to kind of work through. I got a holiday in there, and I don't want to come back on the 6th and nothing's happened.
I only work till 2 p.m. on the 13th, so I can do it
All
anytime
right.
after 2. So 3 o'clock on the 13th would work wonders if I
I wish
could.
my docket worked that way, man, but then the 13th, 2024 it's set actually at 1 p.m., but we'll put you to the end of that block. Okay?
Okay, all right. Yeah, September 13th at 1 p.m., but I may not be able, is it necessary? It's not necessary for me to be here, though, as long as my mom has all the information I have written down for her.
If she has the information and can communicate it to us, we're good.
Yeah, but sir, the problem is I have 2 closed head injuries and dementia, and I do need somebody to.
I know, ma'am. I
I
know.
can sign in
We'll
from-
figure out. Okay, we'll figure out a way to get through it. Okay?
Thank you so much.
Thank you very
All
much.
right,
and
thank
have
you.
a blessed
Have a great weekend.
You also.
Arbor Woods versus Ashley Dennis.
Okay, this one. It's quick.
And Gretchen Dennis. Any Dennises here? There are none. You were previously sworn. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. There's rent to retain of $1,649.92, cost of $240 for a total due of $1,889.92, and we'd ask for a default possession only judgment with writ to issue after 10 days.
Judgment to the plaintiff. That's by default for possession. Redemption amount in the amount requested. Writ issue 10 days. Arbor Woods versus Sarah Gillespie. Sarah Gillespie, not here. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. There is rent to retain of $3,229.61, cost of $185 for a total due of $3,414.61, and we'd ask for a default possession only judgment with writ to issue after 10 days.
Judgment to the plaintiff by default for possession. Redemption amount in the amount requested. Writ issue 10 days. Arbor Woods versus Shakiri Lee. She's here. Miss Lee?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, thank you. And also for Kia Page. I don't know if they're here or not.
No, she's not here.
Okay, Ms. Dornbush, how much is owing?
With costs, Your Honor, $3,479.23.
And Miss Lee, there was supposed to be a $1,600 payment by
Yeah.
the 20, what happened?
It was the Monday, the 20, I don't remember the date. I made a payment of $1,100. I was hoping to get in to make another payment of $900 before the office closed. After my Zoom meeting with you guys, it just took a little bit longer, so I'm sure the office is now closed.
Yeah, I don't see that on the ledger, Your Honor, the 1,100. When did Ms. Lee drop that off?
I dropped that off either Wednesday or Thursday.
Of this week?
Yes.
Well,
my ledger, Your Honor, let me see if I can tell when it was printed.
I do have the like the little rent receipts from the money orders.
Right, but did they get to the landlord?
Yeah, I don't know. I took them into the office. I gave them to the office person, so they should have. I took them in there myself.
Okay, hold on, Ms. Lee. How much is your monthly rent?
It's $114.49 plus water and sewage.
Say again?
$14.49, Judge.
Yes.
$14.49. Okay. So the problem is that come Monday or Tuesday, this is going up by another $1,400 or $1,500, basically.
Yes.
So how are you intending on catching this up? And
So I did apply for the SER. I'm waiting to hear back from them in order to apply for Hawk.
okay, ma'am, here's what we're gonna have to do. When people promise me they're gonna do something, on the 23rd, there was supposed to be 1,600 by that Monday. I don't have it that Monday. You're telling me you gave it at a certain time. I don't have it on their ledger. So
But I did
what
give it.
here's
I
what I'm
did-
gonna do.
Okay.
I'm gonna find that there's no tribal issue. I'm gonna enter a judgment for possession to the plaintiff. Okay?
Okay.
And what I'm going to do so that that freezes that number, this is not going to be dealing with September.
Okay.
Understand that.
Okay.
And then I'm going to give you to the 12th to get this paid.
Okay. So the 900 plus, and then what'll be left over is the 15 whatever.
You say again?
So the total amount that's still left to be due minus the 1,100 should be,
If that 1,100 and 900 show up, so I got about 1,900, you're going to have about 1,500 to satisfy this judgment. But then you're
okay.
going to have your 1,500 for September. That's due.
Yes. Yes. Okay.
All right?
And that, you said that total amount, not including September's rent, is due by the 12th.
By the 12th.
Okay.
All right? Thank you. Arbor Woods versus Lisa Thompson. Yeah. Excuse me. There. Jeez, oh, Pete, what did you give me? He tried to kill me. Okay, he didn't. Okay, that didn't happen. All right, Thompson's not here. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. There is rent to retain of $1,508.26. Costs are $185 for a total due of $1,693.26. And we'd ask for a default possession only judgment with writ to issue after 10 days.
Judgment to the plaintiff. That is by default for possession, redemption amount in the amount requested with the writ to issue in 10 days. Northfield Estates versus Cheryl Cornett.
Not checked in.
Northfield Estates, Cheryl Cornett. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. There's rent to retain of $2,052, cost of $212 for a total due of $2,264. We'd ask for a default possession only judgment with writ to issue after 10 days.
Judgment to the plaintiff. That is by default for possession, redemption amount in the amount requested, writ to issue 10 days. Northfield Estates versus James Schultz. They are not checked in. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. There is rent to retain of $1,713, cost of $212 for a total due of $1,925. And we'd ask for a default possession only judgment with writ to issue after 10 days.
Judgment to the plaintiff by default for possession, redemption amount in the amount requested, writ to issue 10 days. Northfield Crossing versus Kelsey Perry and Denzel Perry and Alice Coburn.
Good
Hello.
afternoon, Your Honor.
Okay. And, okay, how much do we have owing on this?
With costs, Your Honor, $668.
I paid, last time you said to have it paid by 3 o'clock today before our court. I went up there around 1:30, 2 o'clock and paid the 638 that I was told to pay last time we were here.
Oh, so you're about 30 off from
Yeah,
what they
there's
have
an
now.
additional.
I don't know, that's what I had written down last time we were in court. I wrote down
Okay,
638.
no, that's fine. But you paid that today, you think?
Yeah, yes, I paid, it was around 1:30, 2 o'clock this afternoon before I came on this.
Your Honor, I would propose, let's just adjourn this to next Friday. If my client
Okay.
confirms receipt of the payment today, we'll dismiss but preserve that $30 balance. And if for some reason they don't have it, then we can address it next Friday if that works for the court.
Okay, that works for me. Does that work for you, ma'am?
Yep, that's fine.
Okay, September 6th, 2024 at 2 p.m.
Okay.
Okay.
Have a wonderful
Have a
Labor
great-
Day.
You do the same.
Thank you.
Sile Farms versus Lawrence Orlowski Jr. and Brittany Cohen. They are not here. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. This is the date and time for our motion for removal of a manufactured home. Your Honor, our office filed an action for non-payment of rent in March of this year. We obtained a default judgment on April 12th requiring defendants to pay the balance. I believe the judgment amount was for $4,445.04 on or before April 22nd. That did not happen. This is a manufactured home that, to my knowledge, remains titled in the name of Lawrence Orlowski, though from my conversation with him on or about August 14th, he indicated he signed the title over to Brittany Cohen. Ms. Cohen, to my knowledge, has not transferred the title into her name. Neither party currently resides at the home because we did process an order of eviction, which was subsequently executed. Based on the current rental balance, which now, or as of September 1st, will exceed $9,000, we're asking for an order allowing for the manufactured home to be removed from the site. And I believe we asked for the ability to effectuate removal via on-site demolition if plaintiff deemed it was appropriate.
You did. Let me just see if it's contained in your order. Yes, you did. So the motion to remove the home is granted. And I have signed the order as presented.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Sile Farms versus Antoine Bailey.
Your Honor, he's not currently present, but he has been bouncing in and out all afternoon.
He's been bouncing in and out.
Yeah, but he is not currently here. He's also had contact with the clerk's office as well.
I don't know why he's not here. He should have. Okay, either way. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. There's rent to retain of $2,947.38, cost of $189 for a total due of $3,136.38. Your Honor, my client is in possession of a check from maybe from one of the agencies, might be Faith in Action, I believe, for $136.38. That brought Mr. Bailey's balance down to $3,000. It has not been placed on the ledger yet, from what I can tell. The other $3,000, my understanding, Your Honor, is supposed to be coming from the Ann Arbor Housing Commission. I received correspondence from the commission, or from Hawk, I think, or SOS, I'm not sure exactly who it came from, maybe Miss Amy, indicating that that $3,000 should be expected within 5 to 10 business days, but my client has not received it yet.
Gotcha.
So I'd be asking for the judgment today, but
Got it. All right, and I'll grant the judgment. I will just extend the writ date to the 12th, so they've got to get it to you.
thank you, Judge.
Okay? Judgment's granted by default. Sile Farms versus Melissa Njemba. Yes. And also, who else is with this? Regina Miller. Njemba, there she is. Hello.
I'm here.
Yes, you are. Okay, let's see.
Regina Miller here, sir.
Yes, ma'am. All right. You're both here. Okay, now my last notes. There was going to be something, I don't know.
I've got an update, Judge.
Sure.
From the last court date, Ms. Ijemba and Ms. Miller had indicated that Faith in Action had promised $1,500 and Ann Arbor Housing Commission promised $3,000, and they were contacting the VA, hopefully with respect to the remaining balance. My client did receive correspondence from the VA indicating that the VA was committing to assisting with $4,913.12.
Fantastic.
So
Okay.
assuming all three of those payments come in, it should not only cover the current balance as well as September, and I think a portion then of October.
Yes.
So they should be good for a little while, once those payments.
Okay. Ladies, is that your understanding also?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Ms. Jimbo, why you look so worried?
I don't know, it's just.
What'd you say?
Oh.
All right. Let's do this then. Why don't, did they say when, did they give a time frame at all, Ms. Dornbush? Do you
Let
know?
me take a look at the correspondence that we got, Judge. Give me one moment. They had indicated.
Well, I know we went on Monday and we were trying to get it done Monday. They called the office directly while we were in our office, and we were told that the person who takes care of that is not in until Wednesday. VA Audrika called back on Wednesday and sent the email trying to get it completed on Wednesday as well. No answer, no
All right,
response.
here, gotcha. Okay, so here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna adjourn this out to the 13th. There's clearly enough there to, I think, cover it. Even if something may fall through, we'll still be in good shape, maybe. What time?
1 p.m.
So I'm gonna set it for September 13th at 1 p.m.
Okay, thank you.
Okay? And let's see if we can get all of this paid. Okay?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Your Honor, and Scio Farms.
Not a problem. Miss Njemboy, you gotta do me a favor. You gotta keep smiling. Cause see, when you start frowning, then everybody's worried. Okay?
You don't listen.
All right, you ladies have a wonderful holiday and weekend.
You too, Your Honor. Have a happy holiday.
And Your Honor, Miss Amlotha is signed into Zoom.
She is.
Yeah, we submitted a dismissal on that case because we did receive the assistance payment from the Ann Arbor Housing Commission. And I had spoken or emailed Ann regarding the monies in escrow. And I think Your Honor had decided to release the escrow to our office so then we could forward to Scio Farms for Miss Amlotha's September rental charges. And so I just wanted to make sure Miss Amlotha was aware of that status.
Miss Amlotha, you there?
Yes, I'm here, Judge.
Okay, did you hear what Miss Dornbush indicated?
Yes, I heard. I wanted to attend the Zoom because I wanted to hear about the escrow.
Okay, and remember what we were doing was that money was going into escrow and we were hoping to get the payment done and then pay the escrow to the landlord so we could put you a little bit ahead.
Yes, and also I just want to thank everybody. I got my Social Security approved, so I will be on track now.
Fantastic. Okay, Miss
Yes.
Amlotha. So everything is taken care of. We'll get the escrow over to them and then you're going to be all set, okay?
Yes, I'm so thankful. Thank you so much for being patient, Scio Farm. I really appreciate it because it scared me to death. I can't lose my house and be on the street. It was too much for me, but thank you so much. And God bless you all.
And bless you also, Miss Amlotha. And thank you for being you.
Thank you.
All righty. You take care. Have a good holiday.
You too. Thank you so much.
That's it for me. Have a great holiday to you and your staff.
You do the same. I think I got
You
just
as well.
dismissals.
Thank you so much, Miss Rachel. I appreciate your help.
Absolutely.
Miss Amlotha. Northville Crossing versus Miller. Northville Crossing versus McNeelan, excuse me. And Northfield Estates versus Androsian. Those matters are dismissed. Next motion. Wonderful. Ms. Dornbush, thank you so very, very much. You have a great
Absolutely.
weekend.
You too, Judge. Thank
Right.
you.
Enjoy the holiday. Hopefully
We'll
for a
try.
lawyer, Labor Day will mean that you get some rest, okay?
Unfortunately, but I will be working over the weekend. It's month end, so certain things need doing.
That's it. Understood.
There
All
you
right,
go.
take care.
You too.
All right, folks, give me about 2 minutes. Let me just run off real quick and then I'll come back, okay? Court is standing brief for you.
I'm missing a 150 MDOC file. I don't even have, hold on a second. I probably did that. It's file 241130FY. I'll go look in my office, but otherwise I need that file. This guy's sitting here.
All right, I'll go look for it.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Are you Mr. McDonald?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right,
Yes.
we're just waiting for your file for a second, and then we'll get you all squared away.
Yes, sir.
Was I supposed to grab that?
No, it's usually, whenever they set this, they usually get that file and give it to me or stick it on my desk, so. But we need to go through the no-shows anyway, so we'll do that. Wednesday no-shows, got your list? All right, first up, Vincenta. No property license stuff. Never mind, here we go.
Okay.
All right, so sir, this is file 241130FY. I'm gonna read it to you so you know what it is we're talking about. This says that back on February 20th of this year in Wayland Township, that you were lying to a police officer in that you were informed by Joshua Smith, Gun Lake Tribal Police, that he was conducting a criminal investigation, and that you did knowingly or willfully make a statement or to that officer that you knew to be false or misleading information regarding a material fact of that investigation. I think that was probably a fake name, while the officer was conducting a criminal investigation for CCW. So that act of lying to the police officer is a high court misdemeanor. In other words, it's punishable by up to 2 years and/or $5,000. So it is in circuit court, even though it says the word misdemeanor. Do you understand that charge?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. And do you wish for the public defender to represent you on this matter?
Yes, please.
All right.
Yes, Your Honor.
And then as far as bond, I would normally probably even give you a PR bond on that, but do you understand why you wouldn't want a PR bond? If I give you a low cash surety, then you'll get time served on this case for any time you're sitting in jail anyway, right?
That sounds good. Yes, Your Honor.
So it'll be $500 cash or surety, so you're not out of jail on this case. You're now in jail on this case as well, but you'll be getting time served. You already have next court dates. September 12th is the probable cause conference. September 17th is your preliminary hearing in front of Judge Belargin. So you'll get notice of those dates and times, and your attorney will be in touch with you to decide whether you need to be here in person or just over Zoom.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
All right. All right. So you're all set, sir. That's all we need to do. So you can go ahead and let them know you're done.
Okay, thank you. Have a good day.
You had a warrant on this, but the fact that we just arranged you cancels out the warrant.
Okay.
And then back to what we were talking about, Vincenta on no license, failed to be here at arraignment on the 28th. So that'll now be a $300 cash or surety. Antoinette Brown. Driving without
You're gonna go down this. This will go away in a minute.
Okay.
And there's your attorney. All right, in jail, your name, please.
William Fletcher.
All right, Mr. Fletcher, this is a felony file 243457FY. I'm going to read it to you.
Judge Grosser, on behalf of Mr. Fletcher, for the purpose of arraignment, we have reviewed the charging document and waive a formal reading. We did conduct a screen for indigency and found he does qualify, so he will be receiving a court-appointed attorney. Request this matter be set for probable cause and preliminary exam.
So, sir, you will have the public defender as your attorney for the remainder of this case.
All right.
Wish to argue bond?
Not at this
No.
time. He will be serving for a probation violation.
Okay.
Yeah, my
So
my
this is
public
a
defender
protected
said-
condition of bond. Mr. Fletcher, I do need you to understand that you cannot have any contact, direct or indirect, with Kathleen Wellington. You understand that? You can't go where
Okay.
she lives or where she works, can't consume alcohol or any other controlled substances, can't possess a firearm.
I do
or
have
any
my,
other
I
dangerous
do have
weapon.
property there. I do got my clothes and stuff are there.
Okay, you can contact law enforcement about how to get that. You also can't leave the state of Michigan without permission from the court. You already have next court dates. You have probable cause conference on September 5, a preliminary hearing set September 10th. It's in courtroom B in front of Judge Balargian. You will get copies of those dates and times. You must show up for those dates and times. If you're still incarcerated, corrections will make you available. You're all set, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
And then get down to that all. Good afternoon, your name?
Mark Collins.
Collins, is a felony file 243458FY. I'm going to read it to you.
Judge Strasser, on behalf of Mr. Collins, for the purpose of arraignment, we have reviewed the charging document and waive a formal reading. We did conduct a screen for indigency and found he does qualify, so he will be receiving a court-appointed attorney. Request this matter be set for probable cause and preliminary exam.
All right, sir, so you will have the public defender as your attorney for the remainder of this case. You wish to argue bond?
Yes, we would ask for a reduction in bond at this time. Mr. Collins does work at the fair and he will be starting up again next week. He does have a place, he does not live with this individual nor ever has. He understands what the no contact order would entail and does plan on abiding by that, as he has no need to have any interaction with her. So taking this into consideration so he can start his employment, we would ask for reduction in bond.
Sir, are you on probation in circuit court?
No, I'm not.
All right. Do you have a dollar amount you can make?
Right this second, I do not. It's hard to get through to people that are either at work. I'm trying to get.
Well, you would not get a PR bond on this, so if you don't have a dollar amount, we just would leave it where it's at, but you're able to argue bond every time you're in front of the judge, so figure out what that number is for next time. On September 5th, you have a probable cause conference. They'll adjust bond if you, but you need to tell them what you can come up with. You also have a preliminary hearing set September 11th, courtroom A in front of Judge Scotchless. You will get copies of those dates and times. You must show up for those dates and times. You cannot have any contact, direct or indirect, with Elizabeth Helmson. You cannot go where she lives or where she works. You cannot consume alcohol or any other controlled substances. You cannot possess a firearm or any other dangerous weapon. And you cannot leave the state of Michigan without permission from the court. Did you have a question, sir?
Yes, what is the lowest amount that I can actually put towards my bond?
Okay, we don't play that game. I gave you an opportunity. You need to tell me the dollar amount you can make, and I may adjust it to that. But if you don't know that number, you need to find that number, okay?
All right.
You're all set.
Thank you.
Okay, Kelly?
Finney versus Sidoni. State your names, please. All right.
So we come to an agreement of, we would like to ask the courts for a judgment against her mother of $22,000. We'll ask $15,000 to be from her mom directly, and we'll ask $5,200 to come back from the escrow reports.
and we, with contingency of us getting our belongings back that she's still in possession of. And that was said to be around $20,000 from Sunglow. If we get that belongings back from her, we'll stick with this. If we don't get no belongings back, say she threw them away, they got damaged to the ring, we would like to go with the full amount of $38,000.
Well, okay, you said a lot. It's okay.
Because we're gonna take off the labor, that's what we did, it's just the labor, we just did it for her house. The pod rental we had to use because the basement was ruined, and all our things. The cleaning fees, I actually out money, which I forgot about, until to try to get our things back beforehand. And I was paying $600 a month during the time we were there to try to get it back. And then apparently they told me later that I didn't have to do that, so. I feel that 15 is half of what, not even close to what, of our things that were ruined. And I know she got 60,000 from all of it to fix the house, replace her things, replace our things. And she was able to fix the house. We were able to fix part of the house. And so I do feel that's fair.
So my jurisdictional limit in district court is 25,000. Okay. So that's the only way that I could grant a judgment for you. So here's what I'm going to suggest. I don't have to really include the escrow that was paid in terms of any judgment. So if I deemed it fit after looking through everything that the damages would be damages that could be awarded, then what I would do is, and I think as I looked through it before, there's actually more damages than what my jurisdictional limit of 25,000 is, right? So I think I get there. I just would need to double check that, but I think I get there. And then grant you a judgment up to that amount, so that you then don't have to go to circuit court to do whatever. However you want to then, if you were able to deal with your mother to negotiate that judgment, that's up to you guys to do. You can do it, you don't have to. All right. It's all going to be in your court in that regard. And then I would just order as part of that the escrow, because you guys paid that, would just be returned to you. And so that's not even part of it. So I think that gets you there. It's an easier and cleaner way to kind of do it, if you follow me. Does that all make sense to you? Okay, so now I think we can do that. I think we can do that. My only issue do you have the notice for today's hearing? I do. Here it is. Okay. Okay, so that's what it does. So here's part of our problem. Contained within Mr. Friedman's order withdrawing, I don't know if you recall me saying this, I told him I needed an order that had her address in it so that notices could be mailed to her. When I look at the notice that was sent by the court. This is our clerk's problem, and I apologize for it. They did not correct that so that there was no mailing to her for today. Also, did you send out Zoom invites or anything on this?
She won't get you. No, because it was in person, so no.
Okay, so I have an email address that Mr. Friedman provided for her. So what I'm going to do,
You never received one in the mail as well. We received our copy from our attorney. Mr. Drew just gave us our copy.
I didn't check my email as well.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to say that you just suck it, it's just. Hopefully, Mr. Duke is.
well, you should have gotten one, Merritt Road.
Oh, see, that's, I think Mr. Duke
Yeah,
is gonna
Mr. Drew just did
update
update
it.
our address.
Update ours.
Merritt House is the house we're moved out of from Marina.
All right, so here's what I'm gonna do.
Sorry.
No, it's okay, you're good. Okay. You can update theirs. Can you update hers too? Great, great. Thank you. Okay, so here's what I'm gonna do, folks, is we'll get all of the updated information in, so all notices go out, because I don't want to issue a judgment without proper notice to a party. We'll do that. I'll adjourn this matter then to August or September. Yeah. September 13th, 2024 at 12 noon. Okay, we'll do that. I made a note of that. We'll get all of these addresses in and everything, and hopefully we can kind of bring it to a close for you next.
I appreciate your time so much.
Not,
All of you.
not a problem. Partly why I'm here. You said you have a son in the Marine Corps?
Yeah, Tyler Sindoni.
How long has he been in?
He's a veteran now, but 20, he's gonna be 23 this year.
He went in when he was 17.
Yeah.
So he's, how long was he in?
4 years.
4 years. Okay.
Retired.
Yeah.
Is it?
Yeah.
Well, do me a favor, and I'll say it to you guys, and I would say it to him, but please pass it along that I want to thank him for his service. I want to thank you guys for your service. Because, but you have to understand something. I get to do what I get to do because your son did what he did. And I'm always remembering that. And it's the families that also sacrifice and worry every day. So that should also be acknowledged. All right, guys, not a problem. Thank you. You guys have a great weekend and holiday. Make sure to get the address over to Ann, okay? All right. 14A, stands adjourned.
Shame, long day for Judge Simpson. Also, I'm sorry if
Your
my
Honor,
mic is.
thank you so much.
Hold on. Amy, thank you.
I appreciate being.
He says, hold on. He was literally, I'll show you guys. I cut across too early.
In order that had her look at the notes for it. Oh, is there anything on? Okay, email address. So.
I'm trying to say that you
Just getting to the spot.
So here's what I'm going to, so I'll know, we'll do that. I'll adjourn this matter then to August or September. Yeah. September 13th, 2024 at 12 noon. Okay, we'll do that. I made a note of that. We'll get all of these addresses in and everything, and hopefully we can kind of bring it to a close for you next.
I appreciate your time so much.
Not,
For all of you.
not a problem. Partly why I'm here. You said, you have a son in the Marine Corps?
Yeah, Tyler Sindoni.
How long has he been in?
He's a veteran now, but, 20, he's gonna be 23 this year.
He went in when he was 17.
Yeah.
So he's, how long was he in?
4 years.
4 years. Okay.
I should retire.
Yeah,
Is it?
for-
Well, do me a favor and I'll say it to you guys and I would say it to him, but please pass it along that I want to thank him for his service. I want to thank you guys for your service. Because, but you have to understand something. I get to do what I get to do because your son did what he did. And I'm always remembering that. And it's the families that also sacrifice and worry every day. So that should also be acknowledged. All right, guys, not a problem. Thank you. You guys have a great weekend and holiday. Make sure to get the address over to Ann, okay? All right. 14A, stands adjourned.
Your Honor, thank you so much.
Hold on. Amy, thank you.
I appreciate being
Let's unmute. Okay, so that is it. I am hoping to get a bunch of videos edited over the weekend. If there's some that I have ready to premiere, I might see you guys in chat. But otherwise, I am streaming on Monday. I know it's a holiday for the US, but we've got so much to watch. You don't even need to worry. And we're behind on Judge Fleischer. We haven't watched, I think he had a jury trial, or is that next week? I know early September or mid-September he has a sovereign citizen. But yeah, I will be on Monday. Thank you for hanging out. It's been 10 hours of streaming, so I appreciate it. Lots of you that have been here the entire time, which is really cool. Frank is grateful that you were understanding of his Friday mood and not wanting to be on camera. And yeah, if I don't see you till Monday, have a lovely weekend. No worries, Donald. I am working anyway because it's not a holiday for us. All right. Good night. Sleep tight. Don't let the bed bugs bite.